Yo, good morning. I know it's a little bit darker. Sorry about that, guys. There's a lot of sunshine poking through, so it makes my face a bit darker. Good morning. Hopefully, you guys are having a beautiful day. Make sure I have my live stream audio good to go. Seems like we're ready to rock and roll today. Hope you guys are having a beautiful Friday. Yep, beautiful Friday. Um, and yeah, let's get ready to get into this. We're going to have a few more people speaking today. I think these are going to be mainly influencers who are speaking today. And so, probably going to be getting into a bunch of different stories and uh, like that of the such. Have a couple of friends of mine who are going to be speaking at the event today. Um, Gladys from MLM Exit, her spicy Latina self, of course. And then we also have um, Megan uh, Megan Lanahan. She's also another really good friend of mine, and so very, very, very good influencers. They're very knowledgeable, and they are going to be talking about whatever it is that they're going to be talking about. So I don't know exactly what they're going to be talking about um, right offhand. So, but looking forward to it.
Okay, good morning. We're settling a couple of technical difficulties, so we're going to be another minute or so, but we'll be ready to go soon. And we had a good day yesterday, and we have a lot of interesting speakers today.
A lot of interesting speakers.
Ross Levin, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thanks for having me.
That's was perfect because you helped us pick up whether or not we have an echo. Good morning to you, Darius. Thank you for joining us from Poland.
Good morning, good afternoon. Hi there.
Is that good? Like,
Oh, all the way from Poland. Wow. I'm interested to see what this man has to say. Because I had a family member viewer here on the
I
channel
see
that
John from Delaware in the room. Hi, John.
that had no idea that MLMs were in Poland. And little did he know that Poland has Amway in Poland has a good
Ross Levin, will you be
roster
controlling
in
your own
Poland.
slides, or do you want us to?
You guys
Melody
could do it.
is
That
the
would be
one that
good.
has the bill
We'd be happy to
against
do it.
MLM
And we've got our sound adjusted, so
Delaware. Oh, okay.
I think we're ready to go. Is that right?
Let's go. The link that I sent you.
I'm ready if you're
okay.
ready.
All right. Let's go. I'm
I'm
excited for
just
this.
going to bring up your slides.
I'm super excited for this.
Ready? Okay. Good morning. This is Bill Keep again. Thank you for joining us in the conference. Yesterday was a really good day. It's my pleasure to introduce Representative Melanie Ross Levin. She serves as state representative of Delaware's 10th district. She
Oh,
previously
by the
was with
way,
Delaware's
Gladys, how's
Office
your
of
day
Women's
going? You doing
Advancement
okay?
and
You doing good?
Advocacy. She has built a strong record of passing legislation
Everyone,
on
welcome
pay
in Gladys.
transparency, anti-trafficking protection, and
Wish her a lovely
utility
day.
shutoff safeguards. She's leading voice in consumer protection and is sponsoring legislation to establish some of the strongest disclosure requirements in the country from multi-level marketing companies to ensure that individuals have clear, upfront information about earnings and risk before participating. Welcome, Representative Ross Levin.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity. So we
Doing
can
all
go to the
right.
next slide, please.
Doing all right. A little tired. Other than that, I'm doing all right.
So I thought I would start off just a bit with my personal story, what interested me in this issue. Um, I think a lot of the folks here, come to this work because of a personal experience, and that's no different for me. Growing up, my mom sold Mary Kay and lost money doing so. And, it negatively impacted us as a family. We didn't have a lot of money. And, it's something that stuck with me as I grew older. And then in college, I remember getting a lot, and I mean a lot of requests from people, largely from high school, who I hadn't talked to in a long time, to buy their products and I didn't know at the time that they were all connected to MLMs. But I thought it was a little bit weird how people were approaching me out of nowhere, how I was being asked to attend parties that weren't really parties. And again, it's something that stuck with me.
It's a good way to disappear.
And then when I was running for office, I decided to look into really a wide range of legislation. What spoke to me, especially now, is consumer protection bills, because right now things are really tight. I have constituents who can't pay their electricity bill. I have constituents who, a lot of seniors are my constituents, and they have a hard time living on a limited income. And so I think it's always a good time for consumer protection bills, but particularly now, it's important for us to really double down on making sure that our consumers are protected. There's no reason to, we should not be afraid of disclosure bills that give people the information they need to make a decision. And so that is really what drove me. I also, during COVID and after COVID, started watching, I think, pretty much every documentary I could on this topic because it was just interesting to me. And when I was watching those documentaries, I thought, like, what can the state do better in this space? And that started an effort to look into, what does Delaware currently do? What could we do better? And that sprung my interest. Next slide. So you guys are really the experts in this space, so I'm not going to go through the whole historical context. But I would say that one of our biggest supporters on this bill in Delaware, we have Classy, which I know John is there, in his lovely British accent, representing Delaware well. So we have Classy is a supporter, which is Delaware's local legal aid group. But we all have also gotten a lot of support from veterans groups in Delaware. And interestingly enough, I didn't initially make the connection to the veterans community, but they reached out to me once they saw that the bill was introduced. And we've had a lot of productive conversations around the intersect of veterans issues and MLMs and how MLMs target military spouses. With my
Very
background
true.
in women's rights,
Very true.
I know how limited the employment prospects are for military spouses, largely because they have to move every couple years. And although there's been some efforts to help address the unemployment of military spouses, which are largely women, I definitely understood very quickly what the veterans communities in Delaware were concerned about.
Well, that wouldn't be
And
an
so they've
issue, bro. That wouldn't be an issue if the government had, I don't know, made a livable fucking wage on one income. But they won't do it. Anyways.
So, the big effort of this bill is just transparency. We shouldn't be afraid of more information. And I think that that's been something that has surprised me the most in doing this. I know a lot of you guys do this work much more intensely than I do as a legislator who works on a lot of bills. But I think it's really important for people who are signing up to be a consultant to know what they're getting into and to have some protections so that
how's it going? How
if
cruel,
they
not
change their
how
mind,
cruel, right?
if things change on their end,
How's
that they're
how's your day
not,
going? Everyone welcome in Hal. I'm just going to call you Hal.
taken advantage of. Next slide.
Domain expansion, time cell moon palace.
There's little bits and pieces of protections in other states. I think what we're doing in Delaware is
I'm confused. What do you mean?
A bit different. I'm not going to go through what other states are doing. There wasn't much to work off of, frankly, in this space. I hope that the Delaware bill becomes a model, and I hope that we see Delaware. We always say that Delaware likes to be first because we were the first state to sign the Constitution. And so I think even though there's bits and pieces of legislation in other states, there's holes in much of this legislation that doesn't make it very effective. And so what we're looking to do in Delaware is real. What we're looking to do in Delaware is a bit unprecedented. But my hope is that other states follow us. Next slide. So, in terms of what is currently in the code in Delaware, Delaware currently prohibits pyramid schemes as part of our Deceptive Trade Practices Act, but we didn't have much in terms of protection. Delaware does not have separate laws specifically governing MLMs. And so there was a lot of room for improvement. And so that, helped drive our interest in doing a bill in Delaware. Next slide. So this is House Bill 162. You can see that I have a lot of co-sponsors, which is a good sign. It's not the only sign, but it's a good sign when you have a lot of co-sponsors. That means people are willing to put their name on your bill. So I do have some colleagues who are supportive. And, this bill has gone through a lot of changes over time. And it's, as you guys know, it's not totally done yet. It got through the House committee. I passed it in the House. It went in the Senate committee, and then it got stalled.
Naturally.
In Delaware, we have a 2-year session. So we are the second half, right? The reason I'm not in the room with you guys, for the folks that are in the room, is that we are in session right now. And we are at the end of a 2-year session. So things are a little intense. And what that means is bills have to pass by the end of June or they're dead. And then they have to get reintroduced in January. And so, what we did with House Bill 162 is what you do with a lot of legislation, which is you start a bit more bold, knowing that you might have to make some compromises over time. And then, the goal for me is always to still pass something with substance, to still pass something that I'm proud of. But it's much more common with legislation that you don't get everything you originally wanted, because it doesn't help anyone if you can't ultimately pass the bill. And so, I've had to work to get it as far as I've gotten it, but it's something that we've had to adjust over time. Next slide. So just to go through some of the main parts of the bill and what we've negotiated with the DSA over time, and sort of how that's gone through thus far. So House Bill 162 creates a new subchapter for MLMs. This bill allows participants to cancel. The original bill allowed participants to cancel for any reason within 3 months of signing. Upon canceling the contract, the company was required to repurchase the unsold goods that are in resellable condition for at least 90% of the original purchase price. That was modeled after Maryland's current law. We requested that the disclosures that be updated quarterly with written and clear language. That's something that we've gotten some pushback on and we've tried to work with over time. We required that the name of the seller or any parent company.
Really, the waiting period? That's not any shock.
Clear
that's not a
that
shocker.
the statement of the
Seeing how
initial
the government
payment
works,
required to join the program, as well as any inventory purchase requirements, because we know that there's a bit of a bait and switch in terms of, it's $20 to become your own boss, and then just kidding, it's
look at the phrasing, right? It's always common sense. Every single time. Doesn't matter what issue it is, it's always common sense, then whatever after that, right? Common sense, gun laws, common sense, consumer protections. It's always the same phrasing.
It must also include, a kind of disclaimer of no guarantee of earnings, a full and detailed description of any trainings promised by the seller. If the seller promises to place equipment or product in a store or other location for sale, they must disclose that. If the seller advertises any sort of buyback arrangement or states that the initial payment is protected or secured, the seller must disclose the entire and precise nature of those arrangements, how many other participants are active in the state, so it's not oversaturated, the percentage of participants who earn more than the initial buy-in, and all inventory purchase requirements, and the medium and typical earnings of all the participants in the program. So that was the original bill. We also had a 48-hour waiting period for signups in the original bill, and that's something that really came from a constituent of mine who was pressured to sign up at a party and had a lot of trouble getting her money back. And so that was part of the original bill as well. After having several meetings with the DSA and community partners, we made an amendment and we changed the bill a bit. We removed, we took their feedback in good faith. I think one challenge is, and this is with all kind of legislative efforts, is, and I've been very honest with the DSA, and I'm sure they'll watch this at some point, is it has felt like no matter what changes we made, they just kept on moving the goalpost, in terms of,
Yep.
it was never good enough. So I, in good faith, would make some changes, and then they would say, okay, now that you made those changes, this is our new ask, and this is our new ask.
Oh my, that's always how it is. Every single fucking time. That's always how it is, bro. Dude, I don't know much about the DSA, but I already hate them.
It seems like there's never an end to the asks. So,
MLM's always
so
moved
in the
the
amendment and
goalpost, so
substitute,
it's
we
no
removed
right.
data points in the disclosure requirements
Is
regarding
that
the
what
number of
they
participants who
is
have
that what
entered
they
or
are?
made money through the
Is that what
program
the
within the last
DSA
3
is?
years.
Yo, is that what the DSA is? Is just MLMs, or do they represent MLMs? The DSA protects. Oh, fuck that, bro. Fuck that. We got to do away with that shit.
Move the bill forward. We removed language from the disclaimer on the disclosure documents that some stakeholders felt was too aggressive.
100%.
I think we specified certain font, and it was too aggressive of a font size. We removed the requirements to include county-specific data in the disclosure, as well as other data points that industry stakeholders
I'll be talking about the
believe was too
DSA now for
difficult to
sure.
track. So those were some of our our amendments and substitutes, trying to compromise with the DSA and others to try to get the bill through.
You can't compromise with parasites, bro.
Yeah. Tracy said aggressive font size. Yeah, that's the same thing I thought. Yes. The font was too aggressive. There is such thing as an aggressive font size, I guess. Next slide.
Don't care. Fuck the DSA.
So as I mentioned, we have had some really good support from the Attorney General's office, from multiple military organizations in Delaware, from CLASSY, which is the Community Legal Aid Society. A challenge in Delaware, and I think this is a challenge in a lot of states, is we don't necessarily have a dedicated consumer protection group in the state. So a lot of these consumer protection bills, it's really hard to compete with, a whole entire industry that doesn't want consumer protection. Especially the smaller states that don't necessarily have, like, we're about 1 million people, and, especially for our friends who are listening from other countries, in the United States, a state with 1 million people is considered very small. Our neighboring state, New Jersey, is more like 10 million. So we are much on the smaller side. So we don't necessarily have dedicated consumer protection nonprofits, which makes it difficult to do bills like this, for that reason. And so we've had to rely heavily on the partners we have, and we appreciate them very much. But that's like just a challenge we have in Delaware. And I think it's a challenge for these bills in other states as well, as we need, even though we have great consumer protection bills nationally, the thing that really moves legislators the most is not national groups, although they're lovely and can be very helpful. It's not national experts, again, lovely and can be helpful. It's like requests from your neighbors, requests from, people in your state. And so that's been a challenge for us with this legislation. Next slide. So these are some of the pushbacks we receive from DSA. Again, the pushbacks, they just keep coming. There's no end to it. So it's been difficult for us. Like, it doesn't seem like we'll ever, I don't know. I mean, it's been frustrating, because, as much as I'm I'm happy to chat if we're acting in good faith, or talk if we're acting in good faith, but it's very difficult because
They never do. They represent
I'm
MLMs,
not
bro. Come on.
okay with passing a bill that's so watered down.
That's what they want.
That
So don't let it happen.
that it has to do something in the end. So I got a question of like, does DSA have a say? So here's the thing. One of the things that's been challenging is
I want to
throughout
ask
this
her.
process.
Yo, chat. I'm gonna ask her, why not sign a bill to dissolve the DSA? Right?
Flood our email boxes. And so, I woke up, my whole email box got shut down. That's how many emails I received. Now, they weren't all Delawareans. They were all the same form email. But in a state that there's not a lot of action, that can be at least noticeable. And I think a challenge that we have on the other side of things is that just like other scams, frankly, um, I find that the people who are willing to talk are the people who have been out of the business for a decent amount of time because they no longer have friends or family in the business. They are more likely to feel comfortable talking. And it's a difficult thing for people. It can be stressful. And so even though we found people who are willing to talk, it's very few compared to the people who are willing to claim that even a disclosure bill will ruin the entire industry, which it will not. And so that's why they have a bit of a say. Not that, these companies don't have a presence in Delaware, so that helps us a bit in terms
That's
of
why I
like,
gave the
they're
look.
not headquartered here, they're not active in the
That's why I
legislature
gave the look.
generally. But I think because they do have consultants here and they've activated those consultants, that's been a challenge for us. All right, next slide.
Yeah, that's exactly why I gave the look.
We have gotten a ton of media coverage about this, more so than I think people ever thought. I think because we are the first state to try something like this, that is something that has been interesting. That's just the level of media coverage. I don't know if my friend from Canada, who has live streamed our very usually pretty boring hearings, that gave me a chuckle, because we usually are a bit under the radar, so it's been interesting how much attention this effort has given. I think that helps because I think it helps, one, bring people to me. Like if they see an article, or they see a blog post, like the media attention does help people reach out to me and say like, hey, this happened to me. I'm willing to, share my story.
Which is why I tell you guys, look, we are the ones who are responsible for change. Okay. And I mean real change. If we don't tell our stories, these companies will continue to get away with their bullshit. Okay. So if you have your own stories, please reach out to someone. Please. It doesn't have to be just me. Please reach out to someone and tell your story. Okay. And anytime you see something like this, please make sure you're liking it. Please make sure you're sharing it. Please make sure you're also giving a follow, subscribe. That way you can stay up to date with what's going on. Okay. Because this thing happens yearly. All right. So every little bit helps.
I'm optimistic that we have a good shot to get it through this year. Well, what I want to say is that I'm playing the long game. Legislators generally are in Delaware in their 60s. I'm 46, so I'm on the young side.
I feel 46.
I'm committed to getting this through, whether it's this year, next year, or any year beyond that.
All right. Dope.
It might look a little different in the end, but I think it's really important that we protect consumers in the state, that we protect people who are going into this business, and that they get some basic information. And I don't think anyone should be afraid of providing more information. And they should know what they're getting into. So, I was disappointed it got stuck in committee. That was a surprise to me. But I would just say that, I'm determined to get it through. And I'm doing everything I need to do in order to do that. Next slide.
Oh, I've got the perfect question for her at the end.
So how you can help is, it's very helpful to have letters of support for this bill from national organizations, from national experts. It's the most important thing is to have some Delaware voices.
Guys, pull out your phone, scan the QR code. Let's get on this.
Once the bill is, I suspect there might be another committee hearing in the Senate, hopefully before the end of June. And so once that committee is announced, you can testify virtually. And so you're able to share your story virtually. It's usually 2 minutes, or sometimes they cut it to 1 minute. So it's good to practice both. And I think I have been contacted by a couple of YouTube channels and podcasts who are willing to have me chat. I think that that's really helpful, and I'm going to be following up with the folks that contacted me recently. I appreciate you raising the issue. So those are things you can do. If you have local legislators in your state, let them know what we're doing in Delaware. The most flattering thing is if another state copies us. So obviously we're midway through, we're not done yet. But I'm happy to talk to any legislator, whether it's in the United States or elsewhere, about what we're doing and how we got here. And I think that it's important to share this information. So those are all the things that can help in Delaware. Next slide. And just, follow me. There's my email address. You can follow me on social media. That's the status of House Bill 162. We hope that this becomes a blueprint for future legislation. I think we should all want more information, and we should all want people to get the information they need. So that's the goal with the legislation. I'm optimistic that we will get something through by the end of the year. If by chance we don't, it's not over. I am annoyingly persistent. I was just brought up that way. So
Good,
I play the long game.
That's your job.
And my goal is to protect my constituents. I have no financial gain in this situation. Being a legislator is not, we don't hardly make any money. My goal is just to protect my constituents.
She may be one of the few politicians that does an insider trade.
And I will just keep moving this forward. And I appreciate all the support, and I really appreciate everyone here, your expertise on this topic. So many of you have been so generous with your time. I have, poor Doug even came to Delaware to testify. And going to Dover is not easy, by the way. You can't even get there by train. It's kind of a mess. It's like near like chicken coops and things like that. So it's not even easy to get to Dover, Delaware. You can't get there by train. You can hardly get there by flight. We have a very small airport. So getting to Dover is not so easy. So I've appreciated all the assistance and the expertise. I'm more of a generalist. And I've appreciated, so many of you that have really dedicated your life to this. So thank you to everyone who's joined the efforts. And, I hope that I'm very confident that we will be successful. And, I'm happy to answer any questions if I have time for questions. I might have exceeded my time. So it's okay if just let me
Bomb
know
all
if I
of
have time for
this,
questions.
please.
You're on mute, Bill.
Okay, thank you, Representative Roslevin. We deeply appreciate the efforts that you put into this. And I know it's very difficult. The industry makes it very difficult. It's their intent. And we appreciate your continuing efforts. Mara, anything out there?
Well, I might just remind people that for questions, there's a Q&A box at the end of the screen. If you can't see it on your bar, you may have to click on the 3 dots for more. For some reason, Zoom has taken to hiding it. I just had a question. I mean, obviously, the argument against an aggressive font size, it speaks for itself, but it makes perfect sense to me. But in terms of the argument against disclosure, what's the argument against disclosures?
The arguments and the arguments are kind of ridiculous because the arguments are that DSA already has a code of ethics with disclosures. So companies are already doing this. So therefore, we don't need to have legislation. Now, obviously that falls flat because if you're already doing this, you shouldn't be afraid of legislation. And as everyone in this room, the room and online knows, a fraction of the groups that are MLMs are part of DSA, meaning a ton of MLMs are not part of DSA and don't have to do their code of ethics. And their code of ethics can be changed at any moment, unlike legislation. So it falls flat. And the other thing that has happened with the disclosures is that it's too complicated. Like we can't do like 4th grade math. Like it's not that complicated. Like I'm not even that good at math and I can do the math. So, and here's the frustrating part. And I've been very honest with DSA. So when they see this, they'll know that it's me. There's no path to success with compromise. The goal is just to cut down the bill to nothing. Like that's the goal, right? But I'm not dumb, and I don't care if I'll sit it out. Like I will wait until the people who are I will
How did I butcher
wait
that
it
word
out
so bad?
until anyone who's opposed leaves, they resign, they retire. I will get it through. I don't know when, but I'll get it through. And I think you quickly know when you're a legislator whether someone's compromising in good faith or whether their goal is to get to nothing. And that's the challenge here. I think that that's really frustrating as a legislator because why should I take any of your changes if at the end you'll always oppose anyway? And the goal is to do nothing. And nothing obviously isn't working because people are losing money. And I have no interest in having my constituents lose money because money's tight right now. So, and whether money's tight or not, it doesn't matter. This stinks. It doesn't pass the smell test. And so, yeah, their arguments don't work. And I don't, my friend John from class, he's in the room and he has a good, he's been good. He's part of the meetings and he pushes back, but he has a good British accent, which makes it fun. But, I have just a Delaware accent, so it's not that interesting. So.
I can go. Okay. Well, thank
Bill,
you.
do you have any questions in the room or are you?
Any questions in the room? No, I think we're in good shape and we're going to follow this up with a panel. But let me just again say, we really appreciate your efforts, Representative Roslevin. I also want to point out that there have been a number of DSA members who have won awards from the DSA only to have to face FTC enforcement actions. So this notion of ethical codes that are effectively influencing behaviors is not supportable. And the FTC has had to act accordingly. So we again thank you, and we're going to move to our next session, which is actually a panel
No,
discussion on
no.
this topic.
Read
Two
my
members of this
question.
panel have already been introduced yesterday, Doug Brooks and Katie Daffin. I'll just introduce briefly the other two. John Whitelaw is the Advocacy Director of Community Legal Aid Society in Wilmington, Delaware. He has more than 30 years experience in representing low-income and other vulnerable clients in various legal aid programs. He has been represented claimants at all administrative levels and in federal court, and he's been doing this for literally decades. Thank you, John.
No need to spend it.
Okay. We appreciate you being here.
Read my fucking question.
Member of the panel and who will moderate the panel.
Oh, this is gonna piss me off, dude.
John Brayall. John has been a participant in this conference in the past. He is a nationally recognized public interest advocate. He leads the Consumer League's public interest advocacy. He is also a consumer fraud expert. He's testified before Congress.
Why? I want to hear what I want to.
He's been cited.
I can talk
in
to
a large
her now.
number of publications such as the Wall Street
Journal. I
Journal,
don't want to email
Washington
her.
Post, the New York Times, Political, NPR, etc. Thank you all for being here. We'll take just a half a minute to reposition ourselves, and we'll get that panel started.
That pisses me off, bro. Nah, bro, that pisses me off, man. That fucking pisses me off, dude. Let's open it for questions. Oh, hey, do you have a question? Do you have a question? Guess what? We're not gonna fucking answer that question. Bro, I'm crashing out, dude. I'm crashing the fuck out, dude. Why can I not respond? Can I not respond? Bruh. Yo, Gladys, you're gonna hear about this. Our next podcast. You're gonna hear about this, bro. You're gonna hear about it. All right. I'm pissed. I am pissed off. Bro. Dude. The DSA is a threat to consumers. Why can I not ask the question of dissolving them? I thought this was a conference. How am I going to make it today? The first presentation? I don't know. I have no idea. My blood is, look, my blood is always boiling anyways, but goddamn, is it gonna be, oh my God. Oh, dude.
Right, good. Hi, everybody. I am John Brayall, and thank you to Bill and the whole team here for putting on the conference and inviting us to speak. I have the pleasure of moderating today's presentation, our panel discussion.
What about my question?
Talking about state regulation.
Moderate my question.
What's going on in Delaware? You just heard from Representative Ross Levin, and so now you get the react from the four of us, because I know that we have sort of a wide variety of knowledge about state regulations.
Where's the panel?
In our audience today.
Yo, chat, wouldn't that be funny if they kicked me out?
Brief presentation.
Wouldn't that be funny if they kicked me out of the conference?
Aware of what I call the crazy quilt of state MLM regulation, and this is just really to have a baseline.
I am not good. I am not good with political correctness or professionalism. Not good with it at all. Oh. Oh, okay. Not good with professionalism at all, bro. Honestly, I couldn't care less for professionalism. Couldn't care less for it.
We're not seeing that. Oh,
there we go. I'm trying. Gladys, I'm trying.
As I said,
I'm trying so hard to stay. I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying.
So if you go to the next slide. basically, they vary dramatically, and lots of credit, frankly, on this to my colleague Doug Brooks here, whose 50 state analysis of state MLM regs was I cribbed from shamelessly in putting this together. But basically, there are 5 approaches, ranging from sort of strict pure pyramid statutes where there is sort of no retail sales exemption to what we call the DSA model. These are ones that DSA has promoted in a number of states that have things like
Of course,
safe
why
harbors,
not?
as well as buyback program requirements. But however, as I think Representative Ross Lemon noted, none of those statutes really take on the disclosure that her bill does. Most of them tell MLMs what they can't do, but not what they must do to tell participants what they can do, what they can't, what happens before they join the MLM. And so, in that sense, HB 162 is novel. There are these mandatory earnings disclosures. There's a 3-month cancellation right. All the things that Representative Ross Levin talked about. And so, if you go to the next slide, this sort of gives you a little more detail on sort of what those 5 flavors are. So we go from the pure pyramid statutes where there's sort of no safe harbor for retail sales.
Why is this making me
have
hungry?
These Costcott type statutes. Costcott is the
We're talking about
sort of
flavors here.
foundational case at the FTC's from the FTC in 1975 that defined what is a illegal direct selling scheme versus a legal one. That is where the states, half a dozen, 7 or so, have the Costco type statutes that exempt non-participant consumer sales. You have 2 flavors of what Doug has called balancing tests, where the balance is on sort of revolves around the term primarily, whether the compensation derives primarily from recruiting versus product sales. Then there's type B, where whether that primarily test includes the compensation derived from sales to people who are part of the MLM business versus whether they are not. And then finally, as I mentioned, you have these DSA model statutes that are modeled on
Why would you ask that?
Basically looking at things like inventory loading, buyback programs, and sort of purchases, and whether they're for personal use or resale. And these explicitly create safe harbors for companies that operate under that kind of model statute. And so if you go to the next slide, this basically sums up this. What most of the laws do is they prohibit pyramid scheme structures. They have some kind of inventory buyback requirement. And then 4 states have an MLM disclosure or registration rule. What they don't do is provide data that, in my opinion, prospective recruits could actually use, which is what am I going to make
of course,
if I join this? How many people lose money? What is the earnings claim standards? And HB 162 gets at many of these things that you see X'd on the left-hand column. There are the mandatory disclosures that are a big part of, I think, the concerns that have been pushed back from the industry. There's this 3-month exit right, the 90% buyback, and then importantly, in my opinion, very strong enforcement provisions, private right of action, treble damages, court fees, reasonable attorney's fees, which would actually give these requirements significant teeth. And so now that we have sort of this baseline, I'd like to turn to the people who know far more than I do about what's going on in Delaware to give us a sense on sort of where this has gone, where it's going, and what, importantly, folks who are in our audience can do. So,
yo, car wife, what's going on? Watching from Missouri. Well, welcome in from Missouri. Everyone, welcome in. The car wife.
I'd like to maybe start
Glad
off by
you could
asking
make
all
it.
of
I
you.
hope
We
you're
just
having
heard
a great day.
Fantastic presentation from Representative Ross Levin talking about her bill.
Representative.
I'm the unfollow the hustle on
You said
IG.
Senate.
Can't figure
Oh,
out
the
how
senator?
to
Oh, not yet. So
sign in with
Representative
that
Ross
account
Levin,
on here.
forgive me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So regarding the intent
Feel
behind this
free
bill.
to reach
So
out.
Can you all sort of briefly give me your
Feel
gut
free to reach out
reaction to
on
this
my
current
Insta.
moment? Does this feel like we
Let me see. I'm gonna drop my Insta link real quick. Make sure to get in contact with me, okay?
Or is this just sort of the last chapter
if you'd like to tell your story,
So I'll turn
we
first
can
to
we can
you,
share
Katie.
stories
What's your
sometime.
gut
Okay.
reaction?
Yes, so I think that this is a heroic act by Representative Ross Levin. This is really not easy. You have what they describe as a $40 billion industry just in the United States. So they have a lot of money and they're very much against further transparency for the industry.
Of
And then on
course.
the other side, you have millions of people who've been hurt by multi-level marketing. But it's a really unique situation because, and Representative Ross Levin mentioned some of this. I mean, a lot of them may blame themselves because of psychological manipulation tactics in play. They may have friends and family that are still very much involved, and they may even feel implicated by what happened when they were in the system, even though they didn't
Yo, I need
create
some
the system or
mods.
the incentives. But anyway, it's just,
Where are my mods at,
there are a
man?
lot of reasons to be reluctant to step forward.
I need my
if you've
mods,
been
bro.
Affected by multi-level marketing in a
Cool.
negative way.
I would
And
absolutely
despite
I would
all those
absolutely love to
challenges,
get into
she's very
contact
determined. It's a really
contact with
righteous
you.
cause, and I think that more and more people understand what a righteous cause it is every day right now. And so I do think it could be a turning point for those reasons, and I think she'll be really celebrated. And
You know what
applauded
is a
for
righteous
everything
cause?
she's doing.
Dissolving the DSA.
Thank you,
That's what
Katie.
that.
Doug, so
I want to second absolutely what Katie just said. I think it is a heroic effort. I think it's very exciting that she's doing this. I don't think she knew what she was getting into when she introduced the bill, and maybe that's a benefit.
Who could?
The lobbying machine that she is facing has been developed over the past 30
It's always
40
lobbying.
years. They
It's
have,
always lobbying.
employed the same tactics they did with the FTC about 25 years ago with the business opportunity rule, and the Federal Trade Commission had to eventually cave in. So I absolutely applaud her efforts, and I will do whatever I can to help. I'll say to the industry, if you actually look at it, this is a fairly modest bill. This is not. There are apocalyptic claims that this will destroy the industry, and there's a quote from the medieval philosopher Boethius I always love: "That which has fallen did never firmly stand." And if this type of
Douglas knows he's been a lawyer
leads to
going
the
against
destruction of an
MLM for
industry,
my man.
the industry doesn't deserve
My
to
man.
exist.
My
This
man
is
right there, bro.
Simple
That's what I'm talking about.
disclosure. Every other business
That's what I'm talking about.
opportunity, whether it's a franchise or rack sales or vending machines, they all have to comply with some sort of disclosure rule, except for MLM. That's a tribute to the lobbying prowess of the DSA, but that should not stop this type of very basic. I mean, if you want to be treated like a real business, and that's a big if for me, you ought to comply by the rules that other businesses abide by.
Not
That's
lie to
a
people
simple version of what I would say about this.
and not use cult-like
I
tactics.
do not have a lot of experience in MLM issues, but I do think that even though they may not quite put it this way, the single biggest point that the industry is trying to make is trust us, we self-regulate. We don't want legally enforceable regulation.
Trust me, bro.
And that is no different than any other industry that hasn't been regulated.
Trust me, bro.
And is trying to stop regulation.
Exactly.
Back to landlords back 40, 50 years ago when they opposed the warranty of habitability, saying, trust us, we know what's best for our tenants. This is no different. It's trust us. We know what is best for participants. We are going to protect them, and you don't need to tell us how to run the business. We are good guys. And that, I think, is the model here. And so I think what the representative said this morning is true. They are using all the same tactics that any industry that doesn't want to be regulated is, which is they come to the table, they make very specific arguments about provisions that they don't like, and they're very careful, however, to say,
right?
not, oh, if you do this, we
right?
will withdraw our opposition or we will support the bill. And there's always one more thing, because I think, and in their own materials that they put out, it is absolutely clear that they oppose enforced
This
regulation.
officer,
And that
it's
they are
not
going to
it's not a gram. It's actually a
hard and
couple of
well from
ounces.
their
Don't worry, I
perspective,
self-regulate.
and, you know, that's the challenge that I think.
Have a great day,
that
officer.
we who are on the side of the consumers face is a
Well, what?
well-organized movement.
Oh, dude.
And if they can't stop it completely, they will try to limit it as much as possible. And that's just sort of the legislative game. And I think
They're
the
protecting their
representative
business.
right,
That's what that
particularly
is.
in Delaware. And I want to make a couple of points about Delaware, and then I'll be quiet for a minute, even though I know you all love my English accent. It does get tiresome.
No, it actually makes me
Delaware's an
think that I'm
incredibly
sitting
small state.
around like a
There are
fireplace.
41
You know,
representatives, and it
about to
basically sails
go
from
on
the
an
House
adventure
27
through
to,
it. Great storytelling.
11 with a few absent. There are only 21 senators. Everybody knows everybody. The legislature is in session. It's a part-time legislature. And why we're all talking June 30th is legislative session ends June 30th, and it does end June 30th. But I do think that the single biggest point that the representative made this morning is she's in it for the long haul. And it is often true that important legislation.
I got to see results, bro.
Reform, particularly in an area.
I got to see results.
Reform. I would suggest it is not necessarily, it may feel like a defeat if it's not passed this June 30th. That is just the first or the second step in what will be a long campaign. We are in it for the long haul.
Which is why it's so important for you guys to do what I was telling you to do earlier. Share all of this content that you can everywhere.
John, I'd like to drill down a little
all right,
bit.
we got to make this conversation mainstream.
Bill. And I think one thing that I took away from Representative Ross Levin's remarks is that the goal of the industry here seems to be to negotiate this bill down into irrelevance. So
right.
I know you've been working closely with the representative on this, and it focuses heavily on disclosure. And I think Doug was talking about this a little bit in his opening remarks. It requires MLMs to provide clear data on earnings and expenses to prospective recruits. Why is that so important, and why is that the right solution to the kinds of harms that we've been hearing about throughout the conference?
Because of the false
It's
income
so
claims.
In large part because of the slide, exemplified by the slide that you put up earlier, is that most of the attempts at regulation here prohibit certain things, but they don't require certain things. And the key here is if people know what the actual economic reality is of MLMs, they're going to have a much better idea of whether they really want to get into this as a business to make money and to as opposed to for other reasons. So disclosure has been largely absent, and at some level, just to be blunt, compromise is absolutely the Delaware way. It is built in and baked into how Delaware functions. And so any bill where you start out from, you are going to have to make compromises. And
I thought we were Americans. Why the fuck are we compromising with anything? What? No. Our nature as Americans is to be defiant. That's who we are as Americans. We don't compromise with anything. That's not being kind. No, that's not. That's being cowardice.
Disclosures that I think are important. One is private right of action with attorney's fees. That's an incentive so that folks who are harmed by the industry
let's go.
Opportunity for relief. I'm not naive.
Yeah, I'm still gonna have to see that. I'm gonna have to see that.
But it certainly adds to the mix. Making a violation of the Consumer Protection Statute, which it also does, automatically is an important part. And then the required buyback. So it is focused on disclosures, which haven't been done before, but there are also important substantive protections. And so I think this, as we sit now, is even with the things that have been taken out, is a powerful bill. And how do we know it's a powerful bill? The MLM industry has pulled out all the stops. They are doing everything they can to fight this tooth and nail. And while they sit at the table telling us about little specific things, they are sending out materials to their own people saying, fight this bill hard, flood the representative with emails, try and find a successful participant in Delaware. They are just, there's a playbook and they are fine.
Well, I think that's a perfect segue into
successful.
my next question for you, Katie.
AKA
you're very
scammer.
familiar with the industry's
Allegedly.
playbook in opposing these kinds of efforts.
That's why I don't get
both,
sued.
State bills like Delaware's, but also from your own experience at the FTC on the business opportunity rule. So can you walk us through sort of these playbook tactics and how do you respond to them?
So we've already talked about some of them, but I'll mention a few that I think are particularly important and that come up over and over, like you're saying. One is that this is going to hurt honest business people. And
Yeah.
you hear the industry talking a lot about what we need to do is storytelling. We've got to bring forward those people who are making money this way and have them tell their compelling stories of how you're going to put me out of business. Well, there's a few problems with that. Yes, stories.
Well, that's what happens when you compromise, right? Exactly what I was saying earlier. We as Americans, we don't compromise. No, it's either you do what it's either you're going to do this, right? Actually, no, that's just that. That's just that. You're going to do this. All right? We're going to succeed. We're going to pass this bill. And that's just it. Or you're going to have the entire nation against you.
Others. So really, there are multiple reasons that that whole tactic doesn't hang together, in my view. The second big one, and Doug already mentioned this, so I'll be quick, is just that MLM is being unfairly targeted. Why us? You know, out of this whole big country. Well,
because you scam people.
Targeted. As Doug said, other business
Again, allegedly.
opportunity types already have significant disclosures that they're required to put out that allow consumers to shop around and figure out if they really want to invest their money and their time, which is really significant in a venture. So if anything, it levels the playing field a little bit between MLMs and other types of business opportunities, franchises. And then there are always very specific arguments, and this has come up too, no matter what it is. You know, here it's the waiting period, which they said was unfair, and they got it removed for now. They think the disclosure, the rescission, and the buyback provisions are unworkable and onerous, and even have argued this is patronizing to women, which I find really rich. And so that type of specific argument attacking individual provisions in the bill, I just want to note that it may be a red herring here. We can look to the arguments to the FTC's proposed earnings claim rule. This is very recent stuff.
Cry me a fucking
and there,
river,
the
bro.
FTC was merely proposing maybe there should be a rule to stop lying about earnings. And you had the industry filing comments and saying, oh no, we oppose strongly, the rule is not warranted. And in fact, saying in the comment, quote, any proposed rule is incapable of keeping up with marketplace trends. Okay, so it's clear, as you've said, as the representative said, that if the bill is watered down to very little, they're still going to oppose it to the best of their ability.
If I could riff a little bit off of what
because that's what snakes in the
Katie
grass
just
do.
said, because it brought to mind what happened with the franchise industry. In franchising, before there was a franchise.
Oh, really? You think so?
Rule,
So not MLMs, but the DSA?
Made a decision that they were going to promote disclosure as an alternative to conduct regulation. So that, for instance, instead of having restrictions on the right to terminate franchises or on the right to approve transfers or to other types of more substantive restrictions, it was the industry actually favored a disclosure rule, and that now there were a lot of disputes over what types of disclosures and how it was going to be implemented, but ultimately there was a disclosure rule, and there were
not surprised.
restrictions. I mean, the franchise
not surprised.
Bar at the time, this is a little bit before my time, back in the 70s, fought very hard for more substantive restrictions, and they lost. And the result of that was that the real bad actors in the franchise industry migrated elsewhere. I have theory as to where they migrated. But the industry itself was strengthened, I think, by having that disclosure requirement. And I'd say to the MLM folks, this will have the effect of weeding out the bad actors. And if you are truly doing a good job of running a business, this should not harm you.
Well, Doug, sort of diving into that a little bit more, as I mentioned in my opening sort of slides, I cribbed from your excellent state analysis, and you've categorized most of them as so-called sort of anti-pyramid laws, but you then called Delaware Bill a category of one.
Oh, chat, just making sure. How's the audio? Are we doing good? We still doing good?
Other existing anti-pyramid laws.
And as John and Representative Ross Levin have made clear, Delaware does have an anti-pyramid statute. Actually, it's a pretty good one. One of the pure pyramid statutes that I think are totally appropriate.
Awesome. Cool. Good.
But no
Thanks, Gladys.
state has an effective disclosure law. Georgia has what appears to be an MLM disclosure law, but it only applies if the initial payment is less than $500, more than $500. And so that's similar to the franchise rule, which basically means it's not going to apply to any MLM company. It's a law that has no target because every MLM has set their opening fee, their initial fee, at less than $500, just to avoid that sort of thing.
Yep, exactly.
There's one
That's the
other state, I think
problem.
That's Montana, that has they have a set of disclosures, but those disclosures just get filed with the Attorney General or whoever is the administrator of the bill. They don't get provided to prospective folks. So yeah, this bill would put Delaware in a category of one. I would hope that it would not be the only one, but
and if I could jump in, and
please.
that is precisely why the industry is so up in arms about this.
Yeah.
It's not as if this is state number 25,
right.
Where they would clearly oppose it, but it would not be a national issue. And I think some of their materials that they have put out, that readily available on the internet, we are deeply concerned that this will be the first of many bills and will serve as a model for the rest of the country. I only wish we had that power. But I do think that is their concern. It is. I mean, Delaware is, as everyone in this room presumably knows, a tiny state. We have a population of less than 1 million. We have one federal representative in Congress. We are that small. So this is their opposition. It is about Delaware, but that's not what their opposition is really about. They see this as the potential of a much bigger attempt across the country to require disclosures, and that's why they are so adamant in opposing it.
So would it?
It should be a
accurate to say
national
that
issue.
DSA doesn't want the first state to be the first state.
Well, I think there's no
Exactly,
question
yeah.
about, and they've said that. I mean, I don't. That should not come as a secret. I mean, I think they're pretty open about it.
Yeah. Katie, one of the things that we've heard as pushback is saying, well, we self-regulate, right? We don't need laws like Delaware's or anyone else. And that the ethical actors will sort of play by the rules, right? Why do you need a state level mandate for disclosure, even when federal guidelines, which would presumably supersede that, already exist?
So the argument here has to be that we self-regulate and it's working to protect consumers. That is just not accurate. It's not an easy argument to make. And if anyone hasn't read Bonnie Patton's article on this topic, you definitely should, about the DSSRC and some of the issues there. In general, you can just look at the data. And the things I know best, of course, are because I worked at the Federal Trade Commission for many years, a couple of documents there that are pretty detailed and meticulous that walk through some of the issues here. One of them is the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking from January 2025 that walks through how incredibly pervasive deceptive earnings claims are within the MLM marketplace. And then the other one we've already
Right.
talked about, the September 2024 staff report on income disclosure statements, which shows how the industry crafted disclosures are inconsistent, overly complicated, and misleading. And that was based on a very careful review, along with the Bureau of Economics, of every single one that was publicly available that we could find. And as Lois mentioned, hasn't really even been challenged by anyone. So there's a lot of data out there. And one of the other things about that report is it gives a sense of how many people are losing money as well. So it's a problem. I think that's well documented, and it's a problem with a lot of harm attached to it. And so in light of that, I don't see how the argument that self-regulation is working can go very far.
And before we turn to audience Q&A, and I think I would just remind folks who are in the room, obviously you can shout it out, but folks who are online, I think we have a Q&A function. You know, Representative Ross Levin at the end of her remarks talked about how everyday consumers can engage with this process. And I really focused on the stories, right, that people can share. You know, and having worked on so many lobbying campaigns, I don't care if you're talking about the local dog catcher or the U.S. Congress, you know, stories matter. Individual stories from the community that these people represent matter. And so what is the single most effective thing they can do in their own communities to protect consumers from abuses by this industry? Maybe I already answered my own question, but I will kick it to any of you to join in that.
I'll go quickly. I think wherever you are in the country, you need, because at this point in time, we cannot count on, and I don't mean this derogatory towards the FTC currently, but it is not a good political climate for vigorous federal regulation at the moment, and I will say no more about that. Wherever you are in the country, you need to know who your local legislators are. And if you are a person who has been affected by this, and you care about it, and you're not too traumatized by your own experience, you need to be in communication with your local legislators about this, because this is an inherently political decision. And by political, I don't mean partisan politics. I mean the body politic. The body politic, i.e. your state legislature gets to choose whether to regulate a certain type of industry. That is an inherently political choice. State legislators around the country need to hear from their constituents on the ground about what is actually going on, rather than, you know, high-paid lobbyists, carefully culled, you know, success stories, as opposed to what is actually going on there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's sometimes said the state's of a laboratory of our democracy, and this is where it happens. It's so important. But
we live in a republic.
Tell your state legislator,
not a democracy.
Legislator, your experience. It doesn't have to be in fancy legal language. Just tell it in your own words. Get it there. Send it to the. Once you've done that, you send it to the Attorney General, and go ahead, send it to the Federal Trade Commission. There is a button you can press on their site where you can submit your story. Go ahead and you know, and tell it in as many places as you can. Go on social media. The social media world has been a tremendous influence on the strength of the industry. I'd say the folks there have done more to limit the growth of MLM than anyone else.
Awareness.
So do that, and don't think that your voice doesn't matter. It is true that the
It does.
TSA
It does
is out
matter.
there. They have gotten their version of their anti-pyramid law passed in over 20 states. They are extremely well-funded, sophisticated, and powerful. but that doesn't mean that your efforts are a waste of time. They are important. They will
Very
carry
important.
ultimately more weight than the professional lobbyists.
I totally agree. And just want to add that if you know anyone in Delaware who's been affected by MLM and wants to get involved, they can reach out to any of the three of us.
Anyone
and
watching
we'll
from
take it from
Delaware?
them.
Yeah, and
There you go.
Great. I mean, and again, just to stress, all of us have worked on legislation. Like we understand how to put together bills, but it's what the legislators really respond to as much as what we may tell them is the individual story. So I would just stress what Representative Ross Levin said at the beginning. Sort of, she got interested in this issue from her own experience, but then also because a constituent came to her and told her story. I'm guessing that constituent didn't come and said, what we need is a mandatory disclosure policy with a 90% buyback thing. They said, this industry harmed me. Please do something. And I think whether you have ever engaged in legislation in the past or not, if you have a story, that's yours to share. And there are people in your state legislature, in your state government, who will listen. So don't be afraid to share it. I'm not the world's greatest writer, but I can tell a story. So please do. And I also double click on what Doug said. The DSA's playbook for years has been to mobilize thousands of distributors to inundate state legislative offices with communications. And Representative Ross Levin was talking about how her email got shut down because of this. But I can tell you from my own experience, a lot of those communications tend to be canned communications. And legislators, whether at the state level or the federal level, have gotten used to those and are very good at filtering those out if they just all seem like they're coming from some sort of clickbait campaign. What they are looking for are authentic personal stories that somebody clearly put their own time and effort into. Those do break through. And I do think that the visibility of the anti-MLM movement on social media is that sort of secret sauce that our side has here. It's thousands, potentially millions of people with their own stories about how this industry has harmed them, and turning those stories into action at state and federal level, I think is a goal for all of us, and I think it can be a game changer here. So I'm going to get off my soapbox now and turn it over to our audience. Do we have any questions from folks online or in the room for our panel?
Hi, John. Let me see here. You've definitely, so Jonah asks, how can the public get involved? Which I think you've definitively answered already. More of a possibly technical question. Would the law allowing private lawsuits override?
I didn't ask how the public can get involved. I asked how best the public can get involved.
I'm going to allow lawyers
Yeah.
on the panel to answer that question.
It's gonna be very fact specific. If there's nothing specific in there, then the arbitration clause in a contract would certainly be a defense that they would wave around the very first thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be a fact specific fight in court on that.
And I would point out too that is for people who are probably already in existing MLMs who want it. But if you had this suit, presumably new people getting in would be able to bet. Not that you had this law on the books. People getting in might have that as something to fall back on. I saw a hand raised back there, Jason.
Whether there was any discussion about funding of public enforcement, because arbitration really does take away the private manufacturer. And then you pass a law like this going to enforce this law.
Right. And so for folks online, the question was, we have this arbitration provision and a private right of action in the Delaware law, but at the end of the day, somebody's going to have to enforce it. And coming from our colleague who used to be in the Attorney General's office, I think that's a very good question. So I guess for you, John, or for others, like how do we get public funding for enforcement activities of the type that sort of protections that Delaware envisions?
So I think there's a twofold answer to that. One is you make sure that violations also are deemed to be violations of the Consumer Protection Statute. and then the Attorney General, the Consumer Division of the Attorney General Office has the power and authority to enforce consumer protection laws. However, and I suspect this is true in most states, they're grossly underfunded. And so the Consumer Protection Division is only going to be able to take on a small percentage of potential cases. So the next step is to work at the state level to increase funding so that the state attorney general consumer protection divisions have more ability to go after bad actors. And I think that's that's the ploy here. I think the arbitration question is going to be difficult. Because I think the point is the fact that a private right of action is created does not mean it's going to trump. It may or may not under the specific circumstances, but it does not necessarily mean it's going to trump the arbitration clauses that are in these contracts. And that is going to be, that is a tough fight in lots of different areas and way beyond the scope of what we're going to talk about today.
And it may not only be the responsibility of just one state. I mean, I think I'm right in saying that there has been multi-state litigation in the past against industry abuses that can sort of spread that burden across various state attorney general. So I think that's where we're gonna leave it. But thank you to all of you for being on the panel, for sharing your expertise. Folks online, thank you for your attention. And I think I'll hand it back to Bill now after we give our panel a nice round of applause.
Thank you, John, and thank you, panelists, for a really, really interesting presentation. And it speaks to the difficulty of crafting effective legislation.
Why are those chairs shaped like that?
We are going to go into a short break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock when we will hear a presentation from one of our international colleagues about enforcement in Poland. Thank you, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock.
Oh boy. Back at 11 o'clock. All right, we got about 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I am going to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'm going to be right back, guys. All right. Appreciate that, guys. I had to go potty. All right. So what did we I know I cut out the audio quite a bit to say things. But uh from all of that, what did you guys get from that? Right. Yeah, let me see. I want to put a poll out. Let's see. Yes, I have 5 minutes. 5 whole minutes to rant about. First of all, they didn't even answer my goddamn question. Okay. I'm a little pissed about that. I'm still pissed about it. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm be saying this throughout the whole uh conference today. The whole conference. Oh. All right, we got one vote in here. There's a few more. There's a few more. So, guys, go ahead and throw in your votes because I want to see what you guys are gonna say. Okay, I want to see what you guys have to say. I'm too funny. I don't know about that. I mean, I'm pretty funny, but I don't know about too funny. I appreciate the compliment though. I want to see what you guys have to say. I want to hear from you because I think that's just as important. You know, you guys can listen to me rant and bitch all day long, but you know, doesn't really make a difference anywhere if you guys don't believe that, you know, there's a change happening. Right. So what I would like to see is the DSA completely dissolved. I would love to see the DSA completely dissolved. If they want to protect MLMs, that's cool. That's fine. But you're going to have the entire country and multiple countries against you. I'm going to make it my life's mission to have the public turned against the DSA. That's going to be my, or actually, let me phrase it a little bit better. I'm going to make it my life's mission to ensure that the public knows about the DSA. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. And then naturally, because people know about the DSA and know that they support MLMs that destroy people's lives, they're going to be against the DSA. And then it'll be a lot easier to sign a petition. Shit, I'll even start a petition. I don't give a fuck. I'll start a petition. I'll start one myself. And I'll email it to Representative Ross. Let's go. Are you guys not gonna vote? Are you guys really not gonna vote? We got one person who voted in here. Come on, guys. What's going on? Let's vote. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Yeah, what I mean, what did you guys take from that, man? I'm excited about the presentation in 30 minutes. It's the law firm that is going against MLMs. Let's go. Let's go. In my opinion, they are the reason why Body and Rodan and and Rodan and Fields are no longer MLMs. Good. Good. Here's what really should happen. All of these companies who are throwing away their
Okay.
MLM. Shut up, I'm talking.
I'm trying to look at the screen. Welcome. Well, we're back. And we had a really good start this morning. Now I would like to introduce my friend Darius Lemowski. He is not new to this conference. He has communicated with us in many ways, including presenting before. Darius is at the Office of Competition and Consumer Protection in the branch bureau in Gdansk, Poland. For the past 20 years, he has served in roles ranging from media relations to product safety and consumer law. Over the past 5 years, he's focused on market practices on consumer finances and alternative investments, including pyramid promotion schemes. And he also serves on the board of the Legal Clinic Foundation, which provides 28 legal clinics around
Wait, what?
Poland. Darius, thank you for joining us from Poland.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed for
Well, I don't know what you were laughing
your
at.
introduction, Bill. Hello and good everything to everyone. And it's a great pleasure for me to thanks and to share my words of appreciation with the organizers and sponsors and all benefactors of this very
Is he not?
conference. I
Well.
will try to share
Well.
the screen with my presentation. Could you just confirm that everything is fine?
We can see it.
Yeah, that was
Right.
my bad.
Good. Yes, indeed. We had recently we had
You know me,
a
I'm
few
hot blooded.
cases that we wanted to share
You hear me?
our
That's
knowledge
fine.
and
That's okay.
experience with
I just
all
appreciate you hanging
participants
out and
of the
being here
conference.
supporting what's going on.
There are notorious IM Academy and iGenius schemes.
I don't think.
And I wanted to extend this experience with one more case, which is called In Cruises. And we had
I'll talk here in a minute.
our enforcement activities under different kind of legislation because we deemed In Cruises scheme was a so-called, in Polish national law, so-called consortium scheme or
Oh, yeah.
consumer consortium.
I feel you.
That's roughly what I will elaborate this morning with you. I will start with the well-known ladder or a scheme of the scheme. So we can start with what is the MLM, and it starts with the model of goods distribution, goods or services. We may say because the service distribution enters into MLM universum. So we will start with every distribution, every goods or every service which is available or making available to the consumers has to have some model of distribution. So there is no harm in it because if I will produce nails or whatever or hammers, I would need some distributor. And this distributor may be myself, but I can decentralize this. I can put this into some network. And that's fine, right? As long as you obey the law, that's fine. But this decentralized model of distribution may go into some kind of structure and may have some multi-leveled floors, I would say. And that's very fine with this. So that's no wrong. There's no reason to be afraid. But there is one point here. This is a 3 R's principle. This is return relies on recruitment. So that's the 3 R's principle as we understand it. So return relies on recruitment. Whenever this point enters into this ladder, into this scheme, there may be some red flag raising. It might be a pyramid promotional scheme. And from here, it's a step from going into scam, a Ponzi, a fraud, you name it. So each model of goods or services distribution is fine, but as long as it is okay with the laws, that's great. But whenever this model turns to be more structured, more decentralized, and more reliable from recruitment, then it turns out to be a problematic thing. In Poland, we have a very different and very structured legislation. And we can say that there is a specific legislation about multi-level marketing schemes. And there are specific legislation on pyramid promotional schemes. And the thing that I mentioned in the first place, the consumer, so-called consumer consortium. It's pretty complex, and if you want to model your legal systems, you may peek into our legal system, but try to reconsider how you will arrange this in your own systems. The point is that multi-level marketing is generally legal. Nevertheless, it may fall under unfair competition practice. So whenever there are any problems with unfair competition, whenever there is a problematic information given, it is a problematic issue. So we have in this law the general ban on unfair competition practices, but two very specific practices refer to MLM. I will tell this later on. And multi-level marketing legal regulation affects into business-to-business model. There is no consumer here, because if there is a consumer on multi-level marketing, he or she is the final consumer of the goods and services which are provided within the MLM scheme. So, as such, the multi-level marketing, so business-to-business relations within the upstream and downstream, or downline, upline, that's fine. Of course, there are two specific practices. Remember about that. And whenever we have the B2B relation, there is a private enforcement in force. So, our office and any other public structure will not interfere in that, a part of the judiciary, of course. But whenever we're talking about pyramid promotional scheme and consumer consortium, there are, of course, different legal basis. And of course, the most important thing is that the pyramid promotional scheme and consumer consortium falls under B2C relations, business to consumer. And whenever there is a consumer, then it may be a public enforcement issues. And public enforcement meaning that, for example, our office may take a stand and ban specific pyramid promotional scheme or consumer consortium. There are two highlighted points. There's the yellow one and the green one. And here there is a specific lawyer's corner. And I'd like to specifically put this to this very presentation for all lawyers and all those interested how it is regulated. And we have two points specifically addressed to MLM organizers and
100%.
schemes. And here we have
Absolutely, you should.
90% of the purchase price should be resold to the organizer whenever there is a person resigning from participation in the sales system. So it resembles some issues raised this morning by a Delaware representative, excuse me. And then there is also a specific time frame set in the legislation. And whenever we're talking, that's the legal regulation referred to the MLM. But whenever we're talking about the permit schemes, then there is another law in force. This is the European Union directive and national Polish law equivalent, but it stands the same. Whenever we're talking about the MLM issues, they are definitely, or they may be regulated under the Polish Act. Whenever we're talking about the permit promotional scheme, they are regulated by the European Union directive and equivalent Polish laws. But of course, the wordings are the same, including the most vital point. In all circumstances, establishing, operating, and promoting the permit promotion scheme is banned, is considered to be unfair, to be fair to the legal wordings. Our past experience referred to the permit schemes. We may say about products, I put it into to quotation marks because they are not products, to be honest. As we are definitely say that there are products or something which is portrayed as being a product. There are mutual donations, there are loyalty programs within the insurance products. There was a product within the permit promotional scheme here in Poland that was the waste management scheme. They are different licenses allowing the access to get cycles. Remember that you want to buy some license allowing to the access to get cycles. Just like you feel the point, right? I guess. They're a hot topic now, or hot product, educational packages, advert boxes, a subscription to the application on jogging, and of course, crypto assets. There are different products that are distributed within the permit promotional scheme. Definitely introducing new people, members through only independent partners or IBOs, and only these guys got the real benefits. And of course, the main element of permit promotional schemes, I addressed this specific point to Scott, who had previously questions related to what is the definition of permit scheme or permit promotional schemes. So building structures based on passive income, and something which was not written here, but well known by everyone who are now present on this conference, endless chain. And one more thing, myth making or false representations or false endorsement by public institutions. We had permanent promotion schemes that run charities, run cafes, and first and foremost, they were sponsoring sport activities or sport teams. And this is the myth making. This is something like in between message to the people. Look, we're fine. We're sponsor some junior high school basketball team or something like that. Our past experience in terms of consortium schemes, so the other point that I wanted to put, It peaked in mid 90s. We call it the Argentine scheme because it was told that it was based on Argentine system of selling cars. Definitely aggressive marketing, manipulating, and things like that. That was the hallmark of these consortium schemes. We had numerous frauds, but since 2004 it was banned. And now we have unfair commercial practice, and this is the wording of law that consortium system is managing the property collected within a group with the
I'll be right
participation
back,
of
chat.
consumers, aiming at financing the purchase of good for the group's participants. I will elaborate it later on. Because the consortium scheme lasts for 5-10 years, and it started with some company that arranges or sign agreement with a group of consumers, and then there is some kind of a deal between these two group of consumers sell finance or put some their own contribution to a common wallet, of course managed by the company, and each month or each week some this money gathered in the purse is located by a lot or by points or by auction or bidding. And then one of these consumers were winner, and he could get money, loan or car or apartment or whatever. And what is wrong with this? Some companies became fraudsters, and they were signing agreements. That was fine. And out of a sudden, this wallet was taken by the company, and hasta la vista. Let's go to the point. Let's go to our enforcement experience. IM Academy. That is the decision that we had issued on October 15th. And we said that this activity of the International Markets Live Incorporated in New York City, it was they were organizing, running, and promoting the permit promotional scheme, meaning that it was the unfair commercial practice per se. That just like that. We found out that this practice was discontinued on May 23rd, 2025. They're just like closed their operations. But nevertheless, we find this company with a 2.5 million fine. I know that's not much. Nevertheless, we addressed this and we acted and take the reference on their activities in Poland or on Polish market. What they sold was educational services, different tools, live streamings, recordings. They were selling academias. That's what they called it. They were information or educational services. And of course, that was something like the curtain. Like behind the curtain, the real guys who got a real money were IBOs, independent business owners. Certainly, there were entry fees for consumers and monthly subscriptions. Additional money was paid by the IBOs, not so much, to be honest. There were specific actions and warnings in several countries. And as most specifically, and it was already said, well, this very conference, also information from FTC and State of Nevada complaint to be specific, and we use this action in our decision. This is a recital 41 of our decision against IM Academy operator. And just like improve your Polish, thank you. So we found out that really we used the Federal Trade Commission, U.S. Federal Commission, just made a complaint, and we put it as one of the reasons that why we think that it was the wide-ranging investment training and business venture scam that had consumers out of more than $1.2 billion. Uh, Before we gone into the decision and specific hardcore instruments we had, there was a public warning, and we warned because we thought that the significant losses of large group of consumers may be at stake, and we made it available on August 22. We were very explicit in our media releases, and we also halted some meeting at one of the universities in Krakow, Poland. Whenever we thought that they are just like doing something because they were very eager to expose their activities, we always wrote a letter to the university in Krakow and say, "Hello, these guys were under public warning, and please reconsider inviting them to your premises because this meeting is a meeting of the business operator under our scrutiny." We found out that their operational activities discontinued on May 23rd last year. And in our decision, we were pretty get to point that these educational activities that they had carried out, it was only an illusion of the legality of the product. The real economical gains came not from the knowledge and experience they shared within these academias, the products they sold, but within the affiliation program, within the recruitment of the new people. We found out that this practice was deliberate. We knew that it was not a mistake, not excuses. Oh, I'm sorry, we made a small mistake in our activity. No, it was concentrating on getting and retaining new members, and not on the product value and the product and the value of the product. Right now, we are under more proceedings. There are three proceedings against the most active promoters in Poland. So we are not claim that this file is completely closed, because we are still underway the three more procedures against the promoters. And in our media release, our boss says the contemporary business pharaohs skillfully use social media and influencers who show off their supposedly luxurious lives on their channels. These presentations were yesterday, and it was really a very important information we shared with the public. The second case was against the operator of iGenius. We ordered to halt the practice because this particular business operator is still working or still operating. We also fined him with $3.9 million fine.
Nice.
We found out that it was one owner
Should have been higher.
with rebranding their activities under different names. Again, there were like in IM Academy, it was educational services within the four packages of different content. Definitely, the platform was combined with the partnership or affiliate programs, and only those independent distributors, as they were called in this very particular scheme, were all those who profit from this scheme. We made a public warning in April 25. We also found out that these educational services, again, it was creating an illusion of education, and using the vision of comfortable and easy life as was assessment of our partnership KNF, or Polish Financial Supervision Authority. We received also their support on our on our outcomes of our proceedings. What's interesting, they are planning their activities this year in Toronto, Cancun, and Budapest, and we are not sure if we can do something about that, but definitely we can spray the news about their activities. Certainly, as in IM Academy, here we have ongoing cases against 6 promoters, so yet again, this file is not completely closed. I will go to the third and last decision that we've made. This is the consortium scheme organizing. We found out that this practice was discontinued in 2023. However, what is important here, this is yet again, this is not a permit promotional scheme, but this is also something worth to be informed and worth informed everyone about this, because there are regular fees paid to the company by the consumers, and this money is being converted into internal currency available only within this in-group or in-cruises project, and the consumers are paying membership subscriptions, and they are available, or they are entitled to get some product from the project. Nevertheless, there is a building of a structure, and there are some hallmarks that it may be a permit scheme, but it's something different, because what's interesting in here, that the company is administering the funds of the group of consumers, that this group of consumers is made up for purchasing the product, that they may not be able to buy just like that, but they may able to be to purchase this product after a several and several and several continuous money sending and to the organizer of this scheme. And here's the rub, because then once the consumer wants to book the trip, they are allowed to use part of the money that they collected. The missing part is covered by the company from the money that was gathered by other consumer group members. And that's the point. That's the significant portion of the money which is collected by the organizer of the whole scheme is used to pay commissions to the member partners. And that's the point. That's the problem with this kind of schemes, these kind of inventions, that it may be dangerous in a way that some more people wants to cash their money within the project, and there will be no money. Where the money came from? To the commissions to the member partners. And that is also an element which is not completely close to the MLM, not completely close to the permit scheme, but it is equally dangerous to the consumers whenever they want to cash their money. Lessons learned, and last slide at my presentation. Whether MLMs are problematic or not, they're not there. If it's good, it's good. Whenever the problems are raising, the MLM is everything is for the people. If people want to enter into MLMs, fine. If they want to run MLMs, great. But the risks to the consumers should be clearly stated. And as long as the system is working and products are delivered to the consumers, so if everything is fine, that's fine. There are no problems within this. But whenever there is an illusion of the product value, whenever there are some reactions from the people within the scheme, or from the consumers within, for example, this consumer scheme or consumer consortium, then there might be some alarm bell. And whenever there is a regulator um, these reactions from the regulator should be effective, should be also proportionate, and of course some kind of a harsh whenever it is needed. Certainly, the enforcement activities from the regulators, it should be gradual. It should be step after step. First, OSINT or data gathering, white papers, controls, soft measures, ending with hardcore restrictions and fines, financial fines. But what is interesting and what I wanted to raise is that actions should not be against the organizers or operators, but also to the board members of the companies. This is also a very vital point that the board members of the organizers should also pay their price for organizing this kind of illegal illegal practices. And also promoters. The promoters, influencers, all these media attracted people, they are also responsible for pumping up the elusive value of these schemes. We gain inspiration, and we hope we give inspiration to the other institutions and activists. And there is also some wide range of points whenever MLM crosses the network marketing or affiliate marketing, whenever there is one level marketing, whenever the affiliate marketing is being considered. There are plenty of lessons learned by us, and there will be more lessons learned. And I use my opportunity to thank you for your attention, and I wanted to thank my colleagues from my office, to Piotr, to Małgosia, to Hania and to Agnieszka, and also for our bosses who made it, also gave us a green light to give these kind of decisions. And I'm very pleased to share these decisions with you. Thank you, and back to Bill.
Thank you, Darius. Please share our gratitude to your colleagues as well. And you've given us
certainly will.
You've given us a lot to think about. Omar, do we have a question or two?
I think Claudia actually has a question. Do you want to come in, Claudia, and ask it if you're on the panel?
Yeah, that would be nice. So thank you so much, Darius, for sharing the insights from Poland. And as I put in the post to the panelists, my question to you is, why does Poland manage, and why can't I see the same in the Netherlands or Germany? So not even with IM Academy. So Alex Morton was in the Netherlands, all over the place, before they went to East Europe. And there was media attention, but no fines, nothing. So what is the trick that Poland does? Because the EU directive is the same.
Oh, it's a kind of. I believe that we may inspire our colleagues from other countries. Nevertheless, there are slight differences in the national legislation.
It's called politicians.
It is arranged in some other way, and it is carried out by the courts mainly. In Poland, we have administrative fines, and what we can do, we are doing the administrative fines, and this system, to my view, is more effective. It doesn't mean that our German or Dutch colleagues will not do their jobs. I will talk to them in due time, and maybe we will inspire mutually and be inspired by our German and Dutch colleagues, because they made a great deal of job also within the permit schemes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Darius. So, okay, we'll move on to our next section then. It's my pleasure to welcome Glenn Danis and Kristen Simplicio, both from the Clarkson Law. Glenn chairs the firm's appellate and employment litigation practices groups. He has argued 65 appeals in state and federal courts. He has submitted petitions to the U.S. Supreme Court and the Ninth Circuit. His employment practice focused on wage and law, or wage and hour, PAGA actions, misclassifications, and mandatory arbitration. Kristen is a partner at Clarkston in the DC office, where she focuses on consumer protection, false advertising, and illegal debt collection.
I've heard some pretty unflattering things about Clarkson.
Meaningful industry change and
so I'm going to hold my breath on them.
Against mortgage companies, mortgage service companies for illegal fees, and litigating class actions against predatory student loan servicers and fraudulent university enrollment practices. Both of those are near to my heart, but most importantly and relevant here, Kristen represents workers misclassified as independent contractors by multi-level marketing companies. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having us. And even though I live in DC, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I'm actually in California right now, and we'll be heading to the airport shortly. So I regret that I can't be here for all the other great panels that you've had. I know my colleague, my partner here, Glenn, has another conflict today, but we're happy to be here. We wanted to just speak briefly about why we brought these cases and what the legal theories here are. I had worked on a pyramid scheme case a while ago, and in doing it and talking to the workers, it really became clear that they are workers and not just consumers. Our clients in our cases, I think the perception of the people that are participating in multi-level marketing companies is that you've got the people at the top, very top, that are making millions of dollars, and then you've got the people that come in and try it out for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, and they're like, I can't get this going, and they exit. And what we've seen is that that's only part of the story, and that there's a lot of people in these doing this that are doing this for months and years, and they are working really hard. And in some instances, they're doing okay with the commissions, but it is nowhere near minimum wage, especially when you factor in all of the other the time that they're putting in, the expenses that they're fronting. It's really much more like the gig work world, but with like a high degree of skill and talent and whatnot. And when we see the amount of work that these people are putting in to try to get some extra money for their families, we just feel that they're really being underpaid and their work is being undervalued. So that's why we brought these cases.
Let's go. That's what we need.
And we feel passionate about this issue. I'll let my colleague talk a little bit about the laws that we've brought these cases under.
Sure. So thanks very much, Kristen, and thanks very much, Bill, for having us. And I also regret that we couldn't be there in person, which would be our preference. But
I'm sorry, could you just speak up a little bit, Glenn, where your volume is not coming through. Kristen came it through well.
Okay. I'm always loud.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So I was just saying, thanks very much for having us, and I really do appreciate it. It's sort of a very interesting niche that Kristen and I have been working on. Kristen, the way that this all started was, Kristen, like she said, had worked on a pyramid scheme case and had some knowledge about the industry. I'm in California, and I focus my practice on employment litigation, mainly class actions and PAGA actions having to do with wage and hour laws. PAGA is a statute that is specific to California and is something like a class action, but we've spent many years litigating in the courts to make sure that it's treated unlike a class action in certain key respects. Not without getting too deep into the weeds, it's not required to be certified. So from the moment a PAGA case is filed, it is automatically on behalf of other people. One does not have to wait for a court ruling or to meet certain requirements in order to have the court bless it and then turn it into a representative action. It's automatically representative, and it can be extremely powerful in that way. It also provides civil penalties rather than damages. So for the people who are in the group of employees represented by the lead employee plaintiff, their remedies are not, the wages that they were shortchanged or the overtime that they were owed or anything like that. There are civil penalties set up with particular amounts for different legal violations. And it turns out that in California, there had been a huge problem of wage theft, and there had been a huge problem of employers misclassifying employees as independent contractors in order to avoid having to pay payroll taxes and benefits and overtime, and providing them in California with meal breaks and rest breaks, reimbursing them for their business expenses, all of these different things that come and are triggered once someone is an employee. So there's a huge incentive for employers to misclassify their employees as independent contractors. In order to prevent that, under PAGA, there are statutory penalties of between $5,000 and $25,000 per employee and potentially per occurrence for their misclassification. So if we're dealing with a MLM that has, let's say, 20,000, distributors or partners or whatever the nomenclature might be in California, and you multiply that by, up to $25,000 per incident of misclassification, the civil penalties just for misclassification are generally in the nine figures, sometimes even more than that. So it's a huge amount of money. And what we found was that there were many different suits against gig economy companies like Uber and Lyft and DoorDash and Grubhub. But no one had ever really looked at the MLM industry as being also violative of these misclassification laws. And Kristen and I got together, Kristen with her knowledge about the industry and sort of the pyramid scheme angle, me with my knowledge and experience in the wage and hour world, litigating these cases in California. And we realized that this was an industry that had been really one of the worst offenders of the misclassification rules. Some of the companies, especially during COVID, were making money hand over fist over folks who were mainly younger women, it seemed, who were in their homes in California because there was a directive to shelter in place that lasted for quite a while during COVID. So many people were literally in their homes all the time, spending their time trying to figure out ways to make some money to support their themselves or their kids. And they were online all the time, basically trying to sell for these MLMs. And some of the MLMs were making huge amounts of money during COVID. I mean, it was sort of the same phenomenon that we saw for, maybe Peloton in the workout space. Some of the, one example, I know that Beachbody ended up making, literally billions during COVID. And we looked at that and we thought, okay, this is an area where we can really do some good and make sure that the industry maybe changes its practices and also pays people what they're owed.
Yeah, and just to build on that, with what Glenn was saying, is that the way in which social media has changed, or the way in which it's the larger role it plays in selling, it's fundamentally altered the work that people had been doing. I think back 20 years ago, there were a lot more home parties. There was a lot more selling in person. And nowadays, really, I think starting to change before COVID, and really, I think COVID fundamentally altered the entire industry. But what you see is more and more of these industries are pushing people sell on Instagram, push it on TikTok, push it on social media, and what happens is these when more and more people are selling on Instagram, that helps the company trend. So it might feel like, oh, well, it's just an Instagram post. What's the big deal? But that is providing real value to the company when tens of thousands of people are doing this. And this is in fact something that we put in our complaint against Beachbody. This was something we found in I can't recall if it was a 10K or an earnings statement, where they talked about, well, when we have a new product launch, all of our sellers, all of our coaches, they go online and they promote it, and that helps us trend, and that really gets attention. And so it's providing a massive value, because you would never be able to hire someone to create that kind of wealth, that kind of attention on social media. And so, I mean, you would have to have an army of bots to make that work. And these are real people that are doing this, and providing that visibility, and that's increasing sales. And that even though that work may not result in a individual person getting sales, it results in maybe the highest ranking influencer getting sales. So that person, the one that's going to show up the most when things start to trend, I mean, they're all bumping up a couple people at the top, or a couple of the most prominent people. And they aren't getting the sales, and they aren't getting the commission, but they are providing work. And that is something that is, it's almost like it makes it much more random as to whether or not you are going to get paid for that work. So when we see that, and then we see the way that, okay, you've gotten there's other ways in which people's contributions on social media don't get reflected in their commission. So they make posts, someone then sees the post, they go to the MLM's homepage, they start browsing around, maybe they don't buy anything. Well, now that MLM has, because of the way cookies work and whatnot, they could capture that potential customer's information. That potential customer is now getting ads displayed to them. They're getting promotions displayed to them, that they may then go back to the website and start to buy products. And that person who initially did that advertising isn't going to get get any kind of commission when they essentially generated that lead and allowed the company to retarget the advertising. Or maybe somebody else will get the ad, or maybe they'll look it up again. And so the way in which social media has altered this, it's kind of broken the chain. It intervenes in that sale, the sales process in a fundamentally different way. And that's why in California, when California amended its statutes, its labor code statutes, there was an exemption for the direct sales industry, but it applies to people who are selling, quote, primarily in person. And, our position is that means physically in person. And if you're going to take the assumption that, well, it's on social, if you're selling on social media, that's also in person. Well, we strongly disagree for a lot of reasons. We don't think the legislative history supports that. We don't think public policy supports that. But practically speaking, it doesn't support that either, because if you're selling, if you're going to take that concept, it's the way in which social media works. You're always going to be breaking that chain. There's always that potential. So that's sort of why we think that under the California labor code, the exemption that was written in doesn't actually apply to these workers.
Yeah, just stepping back a tiny bit, so in California, the law regarding misclassification changed radically in 2018. There was a California Supreme Court case that adopted what's called the ABC test, and it made essentially all workers presumptively employees, and an employer, in order to argue that a worker is an independent contractor, has to prove several things, including that the worker is engaged in a different line of work than the main business of the would-be employer. So if you're a Microsoft and you hire a plumber to fix something, that person would in fact be an independent contractor because they're not in the computer business, they're in the fixing pipes business. But if once they start hiring people who do work with computers and chips and software and whatnot, that person is going to be an employee regardless of label. So there were a lot of exemptions that were won by different special interest groups once the California Supreme Court decision was codified in the labor code. And Kristen was referring to this direct seller exemption, and this has been where a lot of the would-be employers or the defendants in our case have argued that, well, that applies here because these folks are direct sellers under the statute, but that would require that they be doing their work primarily in person. And we're finding vanishingly few MLMs kind of operating in that old paradigm of Tupperware parties or what have you, where they're doing most of their work going door to door or inviting people into the home to show a product. Most of what we're seeing, and certainly the cases we brought, are involve MLMs that are selling products where it's being done at most virtually through Zoom or Teams or something like that, or FaceTime, but generally being done through YouTube or Instagram, where the person trying to sell the product will make a big pitch about it, about how it's changed his or her life, and then provide a way for them to get in touch with her to buy it. All of that being done essentially through social media. So that would not allow the exemption to apply. And there was a Oregon Supreme Court decision from a few years ago that reached the same conclusion. That's really the only court that has decided the issue, and the Oregon Supreme Court essentially held that whatever the MLM was at issue in that case could not take advantage of the direct seller exemption because of the way that the selling was being done, which really confirmed to Kristen and I that this statutory exemption would not apply. So really what we're seeing in the cases that we've brought is a reliance on arbitration agreements and almost exclusive reliance on trying, rather than to argue that these folks are actually properly independent contractors or that nothing is owed to them or something like that. The entire argument then becomes, okay, well, let's try and shunt this into secret and private arbitration where each employee has to, proceed individually and can't band together as a class or anything like that. And of course, that's of a piece with with corporate America and the defense bar in general, which is their general strategy regarding, consumer class actions.
Yeah, so we have a few more minutes. Maybe we'll take some questions. It looks like, oh wait, oh,
Hi, here I am, sorry. Okay, great. So let me see here. Again, a question about arbitration requirements. So does PAGA override arbitration requirements in MLM contracts?
That is quite a great question, and I really appreciate that. So PAGA, I argued a case in the California Supreme Court in 2014 called the Scanian, which held basically just that even though class action claims have largely been something that the defense bar can eradicate using arbitration agreements, that PAGA is not the same and therefore is not susceptible of the same arbitration defenses. after trying for many years, the defense bar was ultimately able to get the U.S. Supreme Court, which I'm sure most people here know is not particularly favorable to consumers, to take up this issue in 2022 in a case called Viking River. The court in Viking River cut against my decision from California a little bit and made it a little bit tougher for us, but kept the essence of Iskanian and said that arbitration agreements cannot essentially extinguish these PAGA claims in the same way that they can for class actions. So that's really left us with a very powerful tool and made PAGA, really the kind of the most important piece, I think, of our cases. Often the defendants want a class release when it comes time to resolving the claims. So the class action sort of comes back because the class action is a bit broader. It has a much longer statute of limitations. And when a defendant decides that they want to try and settle a case, they often want all claims gone, not just the PAGA claims, but the PAGA claim is I think the lever that allows it to be to get into a resolution posture, and it's because we can sidestep arbitration.
Thank you. This question, I'm not sure if it's for Darius or for you guys, because it's would there be any other punishments beside monetary for these violations, like jail time? But you're talking about civil cases, so yeah.
Is it just civil?
One of the things we are seeking in them is injunctive relief. So to stop various practices. So going forward, they would have to classify them as workers. They'd have to make other types of changes, change how they're selling, actually require people to be selling more in person and under the older model or whatnot. So that's another remedy we can get in these cases.
And in fact, I mean, I should just say that in one of the first cases that Kristen and I resolved of this type, the defendant did that. The defendant, pretty quickly came to the table and said that they wanted to resolve the case. And part of it was perhaps as seeing the writing on the wall, or perhaps as a business decision, or for some other reason, said that they were going to change the way that they were doing, basically running the MLM part of their business, in addition to, providing, civil penalty and other sorts of monetary relief.
I believe Bill has some questions in the room for you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was wondering how many cases you've brought, and also where you are in the litigation process, and if you've been able to start getting discovery, and if so, what kind of discovery are you getting?
That's a good question.
We have about 12 cases on file right now. A couple, the Rodan and Fields case was settled with an $8 million common fund, so that will be divided up amongst the people in the class. In terms of the other cases, some of them we are still litigating arbitration issues, and in a couple we are in discovery. In terms of discovery, we are getting things like the various contracts with the companies, the other kinds of information about their policies and procedures, how they're managing the workers. We're going to start getting things from databases about sales records and trying to understand like how exactly they're tracking how people are selling, and what they know about people, whether or not they're selling in person or not. Complaints or inquiries from consultants and sellers, I'm drawing a blank, but the discovery in these cases will be somewhat robust, but we're really only at the beginning of that process in those cases.
I mean, I think one of the interesting things that we're going to hope to find and get deeper into is their process, for one, their process of deciding to maintain this kind of model And really, we'd really love to see what their internal discussions were regarding, this misclassification issue. No doubt there were many of those discussions because the MLM industry has tried very hard to continue lobbying different states for exemptions. So we'd really like to see what they had to say about that privately.
Other questions?
Okay, there was one online that we could go to.
Okay, we got one more on one. Wonder if you see how the firm structures, sorry, wonder if you see how the firms structure the ownership to make it more difficult to be sued. Software firms would park their IP offshore and do double Irish for tax and sometimes liability issues. Wonder if you see any tips and tricks being used here.
Well, let me just say, I mean, for one thing, California ever being, ahead of the curve in all areas that have to do with employee protection, has a particular statute that allows us to hold individuals at these companies responsible and liable for misclassification and other employment decisions. So much to the chagrin of a lot of the companies, they often find out that under this law, the normal protections of the corporate structure do not protect them if they had anything to do with the decision making. And the reason why is because a lot of companies in California, especially in smaller companies, would simply say, okay, if you sue my company for wages owed, I'll just file for bankruptcy and protect myself. You won't get anything, and I'll just start a new company. And the legislature here said not so fast and has a statute that allows us to hold the owners, many of whom are quite well off and have made a lot of money from these companies, individually liable. So that's one way in which we're seeing sort of the structure not be able to protect them regardless of what they might expect.
Let's go. Let's go.
I have one quick question myself is
Destroy everything that they've
can
built.
we hope that your work will begin to produce a body of evidence to help us understand more how much effort and expense is incurred by people who participate in MLM?
Yeah. Kristen.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. If we are able to, if we have to, as we litigate these cases, I expect we will be putting in expert testimony that's analyzing sales records and whatnot to talk about hours worked and what it's taking to put into this. For example, experts can gather information to put in. This is based on our review of the evidence and our understanding of the industry and our understanding of this type of work. This is the amount of time the average amount of time an Instagram post might take to put together. This is what people need to spend to actually be able to competently promote the products. This is these are the kinds of hours you have to put in to knowledgeably understand the product catalog, those kinds of things. So yes, we expect that we will be seeing a lot more of that, particularly in the cases that do move forward and go to class certification.
Well, we hope so. That would be important evidence. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Kristen, safe travels back. If you hurry up, you might enjoy some of this California weather we're having. It's pretty nice here, but next week, not so much.
Yes.
DC next week it's going to start burning again, guys.
A little unpredictable.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for your time. We'll take a break and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, damn. Thanks. I should have asked that question a little bit sooner. All right. Okay, so I want to go ahead and close this poll. Only one of you didn't vote. How dare you not vote? I'm kidding. And 100% of you voted yes. And I completely agree with you guys. Completely agree with you guys. Yeah, that's where I was getting at, and they actually touched on it. I'm gonna yell at you regardless, Viper. But they touched on it a little later on. But I was literally just asked, would there be any criminal, like, um would there would there be any jail time for, because they were talking about reclassifying, right, and abusing that loophole just so that they wouldn't pay uh a uh an actual wage, right? So there should absolutely be a criminal investigation be done. I mean, even the the challenge for that is the FTC. Well, I mean, well, the DS, both the FTC and the DSA, but the DSA a little bit more than the FTC. Um, let's do a little bit of research while we're waiting. Let's see, what is the DSA? What? Here, hang on. Maybe I should have asked a different question. Is the direct I think that's a okay. So it's not okay. I was thinking that it was a government program. There should be criminal charges instead of exactly. There should be. I think where we are going wrong is going the civil route. But I guess there might be something to that, because if there's wrongdoing that's been proven in civil, then that could potentially open up for criminal investigation. Maybe. Right. That's my hope. That's why I'm assuming that the DSA jumps all over these cases to kind of, I guess, maybe mitigate the number of cases that are being brought forward. But then again, you've got over 20 million Americans that are here. Let's look at the numbers. Let's see. Let me go ahead and bring this over here. Bring on. Oh, I don't worry, girl. I got you. Okay, so based on 2018 AARP, which a lot of other MLMs use, I know Amway specifically uses AARP. That's one of the study groups that they had referenced to me when they approached me. And so let's see, 1 in 13 American adults, approximately 7.7% of the adult population, has participated in a multi-level marketing company, or multi-level marketing organization at some point in their life. That is over 20 million Americans. 20 million Americans. Okay. Now let's see, what that number is worldwide. Globally, let's see, based on 2025 2026 industry data, over 180 million people worldwide are involved in direct selling. Let's see, with the vast majority participating in multi-level marketing structures. God damn. Holy fucking shit. What? What, really? Women make up the majority of it? What? What? Women make up 73% of participants globally? Most of them have to be in America. I would imagine most of them are in America. Let's see. Yep. Approximately 70 to 78% of participants in American MLMs are women. That's crazy, bro. That is insane. Girl boss. Where do we hear that a lot? I mean, I did, but it didn't make any money. I just shrugged it off and let it slip through the cracks. Oh, so you were you were in an MLM yourself? Yes, because women can sell anything with just a. That's true. That's true. That is true. Bro, I just last year I was in an MLM. Like from May to June or July, something like that. But I was in an MLM for like a couple months. So, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. If you want Viper, you're more than welcome to tell your story. Like I can do a video with you, or I can do a live stream, and you can tell your story of how you went through your own MLM. Do you remember which company it was? Dude, that's crazy though. I had no idea. I didn't think it was that high. I thought it was maybe like 30 or 40%. Because typically when it comes to opportunities like business, you typically see more men jump on it than women. But wow. But typically if you see stuff like this really gets women a lot too, the girl boss thing, unfortunately. Oh, dude, that sucks, man. Wow. What is that number coming? It's coming from Vox? Is it coming from Vox? No, I don't want to become a member. Leave me alone. I had to draw a line. Oh. Well, we're gonna avoid that chat. Not much to tell. I don't remember the company because it was so long ago. Okay, I gotcha. Do you remember what you were selling at least? Like if you were selling like sense, like senses, that might have been Sensei. Then what the fuck does Herbalife sell? I forgot what Herbalife sold. Oh, but yo, chat, that's energy drinks. Oh, that's Amway. That's fucking Amway, bro. That is did it look like this? Did it look like this at all? Because if it looked like this is an Amway. Yeah. This is an Amway product. This is what I was selling. Yeah, so unfortunately you were involved in Amway, which is the company that I mainly talk about is Amway. Which if you didn't know, let's go to never sold anything. I sold a couple of stuff. Yeah, I sold a couple stuff. Not too much though. Because obviously I figured out pretty early on that you can't make money from it. All right. This is Betsy DeVos, okay? She was married to the former Amway CEO, Dick DeVos. Okay? Dick DeVos, one of the family, or one of the families that owns Amway. Okay? Richard DeVos is who found it, and then he co-founded Amway with Dick Van Andel. And no, Jay Van Andel. I'm sorry, Jay Van Andel. I'm sorry, Jay Van Andel. All right. So, but here's something interesting. Got all the stuff I never sold a thing because I didn't care. Right. It's not like the products are any good anyways. So, but here's something that's interesting. Let's see. An American politician, because of course, and former government official who served as the 11th United States Secretary of Education from 2017 to 2021. Meaning she served both under Trump's term, okay, and Biden's term, or at least a little bit into Biden's term. Okay. Here's something else. We're gonna go to Open Secrets. All right. We're gonna check out Open Secrets real quick. Okay, so Open Secrets, right? Since we're gonna do all cycles, all contributions since 1990 have been $33 million. Excuse me, almost $34 million. Since 1998, 10.9 million. And they overwhelmingly donate to the Republican Party, right? They donate to both Democrats and Republicans, but significantly Republican. And let's see here, 2015 to 2016, this is when the Trump era really started. You can see members of Congress, they started lobbying to members of Congress, right? Same thing for the Senate. So you can see how there's a massive rise, right, in these particular years. Well, what happened in these years, right? This was a spike, 2014, 2015. That's when Trump was running, right? And that's when the huge shift over to the Republican Party really began, right? And it continued on. The peak, I would say, was probably about 2020 era. And then you can kind of see it kind of shift down. There's a little bit of a zigzag here, but you can see this would be in between the cycles. This would be the cycles, the presidential cycles. And again, it spikes up somewhat in 2024. Exactly with the last presidential campaign cycle. So weird, right? Right. You can see that they've donated to several different PACs. And there's also a law firm group that it lobbies through called Stanton Park Group. And don't know if I would be able to see that. Let's go Amway Stanton Park Group. Let's see what that. Or maybe Open Secrets. Amway Stanton Park Group. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Right here. Client Amway. Right there. $60,000. They beat out everyone else. They beat out everyone else on this list. Fucking crazy, bro. Oh, yeah. Obviously. But Stanton Park Group, let's see. Well, there was a low here in 2015, 2016, and it spiked. Oh, wow. Damn, in the first quarter, $540,000. That's crazy. 2006, what happened in 2006 for this to happen? What were they lobbying for in 2006? But you see, you see what's going on, right? That's just insane. But Amway is very involved with the government. Very involved with government. I'm going to pull this off to the side just in case they come back here pretty soon. So let's see what we got. We want to do Amway Clinton. Amway China. Ain't no way, bruh. Ain't no way. Is that Korean? Yo, that's Korean, dog. Holy shit. All right, so here are a few images here. And this was Bill Clinton at some Amway events. I'm pretty sure I know that language. I know that's Korean. He also did one in Japan. Oh yeah, that's Korean. That's 100% Korean. He also spoke at Japan, which I think this is Japan. Yeah, Japan. Yeah, there he is right there. But here's something else. President Bush was also involved. Right? President Bush was also involved. So, if you want to know how deeply connected, this parasitic company is, well, there you go. They've been around for a very long time, and they have some very, very high connections. So I don't see any legislation really getting anything done, right? I'm so grateful that these people are coming to the conference and speaking, but I don't mean to be cynical, and I'm not trying to be cynical. I'm just being real, okay? I'm being absolutely real with you guys. I don't see any legislation really doing a fucking thing unless there is a mass population of people, right, who are supporting demanding change. That's the only time that things ever really get done, is when the public in mass, I'm talking like millions of people, collectively, all at once, demanding a specific issue be rectified. Okay. And all of our government knows about MLMs. Every single time I talk about MLMs, I always make sure to bring this up too. Okay, let's see. Every single time. Okay. So the Trump family has been involved in, why I don't know if the entire family was, but definitely Trump for sure, because Trump had a long-standing relationship with ACN and a multi-level marketing company called American Communications Network. Okay, he was a paid promoter between the years of 2005 to 2015. Interesting enough, 2015 was also the year that he announced his run for presidency. Okay, a class action lawsuit was filed in 2018 that alleged he and his family defrauded investors, which that's exactly what MLMs do. But a federal judge canceled a scheduled trial in January of 2024. Guess what happened in 2024? he was running for president again. Why do you think he was running for president? Right. And while we have leftist fucking wokies who are crying about, Trump being racist, Trump being sexist and all that, and pointing out all kinds of different shit, this slipped by. This right here, this thing that he actually did, among others, of course, the e-files and whatnot, but he was actually involved in this disgusting shit. Okay? And paid and it's not just Republicans, guys. It's Democrats too. All right? Doesn't matter who they are. All right, they sell out, they sell out. And that's just what a politician is. So, but he made $8.8 million over the decade that he was working with them. He even had them on his show, the Celebrity Apprentice. Crazy. So these people know what MLMs are. They know what multi-level marketing companies are. They just don't care. And so the only way that change is going to happen is if the public in mass. This is why I want to make this a national issue. This is why I talk about this all the time. This is why I'm trying to make this mainstream. Viper, you're a victim. Doesn't matter how long ago it was. You're still a victim. I'm a victim. The car wife is a victim. There are thousands, millions of victims that need to stand together. We need to unite. Fuck politics, bro. Fuck politics. Who gives a fuck about we agree and don't agree on? All right. This is about people getting scammed and having their lives destroyed. All right. This is what this is about. Then we can tear each other apart over fucking politics after. All right. But we need to stand together and be a collective voice. All right. And we need to share our stories. And we need to go everywhere and we need to demand change. All right. That's what we got to do. And it's on us. It's on us to do it. Good. Good. Most people would agree. I'm going to mute myself real quick. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. 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 That's right. All right, guys. Give me just a second. All right. We are back. All right. So let me pull this up for you, Viper, real quick, just to show you what this is looking like. Okay. So John Taylor, who is a whistleblower for from these multi-level marketing companies, he studied a number of cases, people in MLMs. Or excuse me, MLM's income reporting statements. And what he concluded was that 99% of MLM participants only lose money. They never make any money to begin with. So you not putting enough or not putting any effort into the MLM, you did the right thing. You made the right choice. Unfortunately, Jesus is playing Counter-Strike 2. Is the rapture coming? Like, yo, guys, are we in the second coming right now? What's going on, bro? Or is it? I mean, should I be praying right now? Like, what? Um. Anyways, I'll pray later. But yeah, so you only lose money. You only lose money. So you were absolutely right to not put any effort into the MLM because that's all you were going to do anyways was lose money. It's designed that way though. It's designed so that you can invest and all that money flows up to the top because typically one or maybe two people or a small group, one or a small group of people own that company, right? So you are investing into them while you get nothing in return. Sounds like a scam to me, right? So, and I think there should absolutely be criminal charges for um for these companies, and especially for the leadership. But again, it all comes down to right people. And unfortunately, when it comes to the populace, people can't agree on anything. Again, by design. Hey, dude. Hey. What? What, you want to come up here? Come on. Come on. Hey. What, you want up here? Come on. No, you just want to be the center of attention. That's what you want. Nah. Don't you, no. Down. Come on. Up here. Hey. You know, if you come up here, I'll give you scratches. No, you wanna chill over there. Okay. All right. You have fun over there. Oh. What would you guys what is your guys's takeaway from everything so far? Like what do you guys see that is going to be most important to take from this conference so far? I don't know if you guys have been with us yesterday. I'm told that the best part of yesterday was after I had ended the stream. Unfortunately, I just couldn't stay up because I had already pulled an all-nighter, and I was literally just about falling asleep. So I didn't want to do that to you guys, so I just ended the stream. What are you looking at me like that for? I think the biggest takeaway is hitting these people where it hurts, and that's taking away their assets, holding their assets. If we can do that, if we can do that, then we can stop them from just making another MLM, right? By taking their assets so that they can't file for bankruptcy, then we're doing we're doing good, right? So oh, okay. Okay. Oh no, you're fine. It's all good. You're fine. What was the last thing? What was the last thing that that you that oh, that you caught before the whole school thing? Wow. Wow. That that was it, huh? That was it. You heard Viper, you were like, "Oh my god, he's saying my name." Yes, finally. Um I do can you remember what we were talking about before you went to go? You should be. You should be sorry. Can you remember the last thing that we were talking about before you know was taking care of school stuff? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. But you didn't really miss that much. You didn't miss that much. All I said was to set aside our political differences, religious differences, whatever differences, and come together to unite against MLMs. Right. All victims too. Right. So even though we may be different, we may see the world differently. There's one thing that's the same, and that's that we got taken advantage of. So I'll be right back, Jeff. All right, back. Okay, cool. So let's see. Are we back? Okay, we're gonna be back at 1. All right, so we got 20 more minutes. We got 20 more minutes. So, um, let's see. What was I was gonna ask you guys something. Oh yeah, yeah. Should we start pushing for a rebranding of MLMs, right, and classifying them as cults, right? Should we push for legal legislation relabeling them as cults? I think we should. I think we should, because if I'm sure for those of you who have been in MLMs before, you know very much that they love to use religion as a driving I want to say driving factor, but uh the driving machine to control people, to manipulate people, right? And so I think it's really important that we reframe things from finances to belief, because that's what it's about, right? It had it has things to do with finances because it's you investing into the company itself, but it has more so to do with psyops, right? Um it and that's what it is. It's a psychological operation to get you convinced that what you're investing into, what you're playing into, is something that's going to be to your benefit, but it's not. Right. So I think they absolutely. I think we should all push for legislation to redefine MLMs as cults, because that's exactly what they are. LTD got caught with promoting religion in their live conferences, which is something they're not supposed to do. But they did like a whole Sunday sermon, right? And what LTD is the leadership team development, and it's a tools, which means that it is a uh, program that a lot of the leadership uses to instill knowledge and drive into the quote unquote IBOs. to essentially, quote unquote, do better, right? All that it is brainwashing. That's all that it is. There isn't any actual beneficial information in any of those. They call them audios, right? Those who are in the MLMs, they're called audios, or maybe posts, or whatever, and that's basically all that it is. It's just that, right? It's just that brainwashing, and so, and when you're in the MLM and you have no idea what they even are, it's pretty easy to fall victim to these audios because you have no idea what's even going on. But that's what when I say tool scams, right? That's what I'm talking about. Are these, and it's not just the audios either. It's also the in-person meetings, because they'll have like a weekly meeting that people will go to, and people will get together at a specific place. Sometimes they'll be at someone's house, sometimes they'll be in a hotel, not a hotel room, but a hotel conference room, right? So, and there would be like briefings and stuff over different items, products, and a lot of other things. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, but it is what it is. So that needs to be done away with. Absolutely. I think recognizing the cult-like tactics that are being used in that should be exposed, and it should be these things should be reclassified. I mean, the fact that these MLMs are even associating with these tools is a massive problem, right? So something needs to be done about that. And I think people recognize cults a lot more than they do MLMs, right? And so if we could associate the two together, because that's what they are, then it's going to be easier for people to understand, hey, this isn't such a good thing, right? So, but we've been talking about MLMs for a while now. Let's talk about let's take a very brief and short break here. I just talk about something else, kind of come back and refresh, right? Does anybody happen to have like any cool weekend plans? Like what are we doing? What are we doing this weekend, guys? What are we doing this weekend? What kind of fun are we having, and why am I not invited? Chat, tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why I'm not invited. Gonna try and see what the list is looking like for the lineup. All right. Okay, so we have. Okay, nice. All right, so we have Bridget, who's going to be first. Then we have okay. 13:30 is when all of the social media activists are going to be talking. So Gladys is going to be first, and then Megan is going to be fourth. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Sorry. Megan is going to be fifth. Yeah, Megan is going to be fifth. And then we have a short break. And then 30 minutes of talking about the industry. So we still have some time yet. We still have a few hours left, so. Oh. Ah. All right, we got about 10 minutes left here. Got about 10 minutes left, Hall. Okay, I mean, that's. Oh. Oh, okay. Word just got in, guys. Gladys is gonna be second. Damn, I have to wait that long for Gladys. Come on, man. I'm super excited for Gladys. I know Gladys ain't gonna disappoint. But yes, absolutely, chaos is gonna right. I know that's what I'm saying. Absolutely, chaos is absolutely going to be later. Holy shit, is it going to? The last time I played, the last time I played the center, got demolished almost immediately. Almost immediately, because where you spawn, you spawn in by a bunch of Carnos and a bunch of Rexes, and so you have to build a base super. And so Viper, we got to be pretty quick. I'm gonna be pretty quick in building stuff. All right, so just make sure you're prepared because I'm gonna be working fast. I'm going to be working fast. All right, and make sure you boost up that XP too, because we got to build some shit. I'm not getting my cheeks gnawed on by a fucking Alpha Raptor, and then getting that done to me time and time again, like as soon as I spawn back in every time. That's not gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Okay. Okay. Cool. Good talk. Was testing last night before we played Halo. Okay. I spawned in some paleo red. Why would you do that? Why in the hell would you do that? Why, bro? Why? Why, Gary? Why? Why, Gary? Why? Oh, god damn it. I love that meme, bro. Buy them? What? What? Oh, I'm gonna have to download the mod then. Paleo what are paleo rexes? Hang on, I gotta check this out. What do these things look like? Oh, Oh. So it's just a is it just a skin? Oh, you spawned in and oh shit. Really, bruh? Or hang on. Hang on. Oh. Is this what we're looking at, bro? Or hang on. Let's do arc. Is this what we're looking at, dude? That's super crazy, bro. Oh, okay. Do I even have the paleo? I don't even know if I have the paleo arc mod, to be honest with you. I guess we can check it. Yeah, I guess we can. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh, of course. Of course. Bro. What do I have? Here, hang on. I gotta go into my. I'm glad I looked at this. Oh, it's free? Okay, yo, let's go. Let's go. Oof. Oof. Big yikes. I feel you though. I've been there. So many times I've been there. Dope skis, burr. All right. Oh, God damn it. I don't know what space I could be. You know, like videos. Uh, you know what? I'm just gonna delete that shit. I can't. I'm gonna delete that. Delete that. Keep that though. I'm gonna delete that too. All right. So we should be. Hopefully that's gonna be enough storage. Yeah. Hopefully that's gonna be enough storage there. And it's not. Bro, why does Arc take up so much fucking space, dude? I'll take a picture of the mods. Okay, yeah, please do. Please do. Um what game? I think that I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to move Arc Raiders. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move Arc Raiders. Oh, there we go. Finally. Uninstall. Oh, I'm gonna have to get another external drive. So I guess I won't be playing Arc Raiders for a while. It's alright. It's alright. Oh, looks like we might be back. Looks like we might be back. Look at that, chat. Look at that. Yeah, I play. Well, I mean, I'm gonna have to get another storage. I'm gonna have to get another external storage. so I can fit ARC readers on there, but honestly, I'm not really a big fan of ARC. I'm not a big fan of ARC readers. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not
Am
a
I
big
on?
fan of ARC
Can't
readers.
see myself, but
I hate the PvP. It's so toxic. Like you can't even get through a few runs before you have some rats that are stealing. They're like they're just killing you and stealing everything from you. You know, I hate that. I don't like that. Promise Sammy I play with him tomorrow.
all right, I'm ready.
Yeah, I do need some Care Bear lobbies.
Welcome back. It's
All right, guys, let's
time
log in.
for afternoon session on a Friday afternoon, and we are going to begin with a bit of an update from Bridget Reed. You'll recall from last year that Bridget was with us talking about her book, Little Bosses Everywhere, which has been well reviewed, well accepted and reviewed and appreciated. And I asked her if she wouldn't mind coming back and telling us a little bit about her post publishing experience in terms of book signings and other things, and the kind of feedback she's gotten from the book. So welcome, Bridget.
Hi, Bill. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can. We
Great.
got
I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Um, yeah, Bill, thank you for asking me to check in with everybody. And obviously it's so nice to be back in a virtual room with so many people who helped me write my book and contributed the work that made it possible. So I'm delighted to see you all, although I can't really see anyone. And I said this to Bill already, but I wish I had a lot of things to say. My remarks are going to be pretty brief today. I wish I could deliver some kind of earth-shattering result from my book. But publishing a book is a pretty anticlimactic process. In general, you work on a project for several years and then it's out and that's kind of it. And I still have a day job as a reporter at New York Magazine, so I was back to work pretty much immediately. And so sometimes I have to be reminded that I wrote it at all. But I can provide a kind of report card on how it all went if that's interesting to folks. And so yeah, so far, it's been out for pretty much a year this week, and over 15,000 copies have sold, which I'm told by my editor is a pretty great number for a nonfiction book. She does have an interest in making me feel good about it. So as far as we can trust her, those are apparently pretty solid numbers. The majority of those, interestingly enough, have been audio and ebook sales, which was interesting to me. People seem to really be listening to books in general, but for this topic, which is sort of cult and true crime adjacent, for a lot of readers, it seems like they really want to listen, on the almost like a podcast. So that was interesting to me. And of course, I did hear from a lot of readers about their own experiences, too many to read here today, but obviously that was something I really loved to every single time I heard from somebody whose experiences were reflected in the book. That was heartening. And of course, again, part of why I really wanted to publish a book about this topic is to add to the sort of mainstream publishing content about MLM, since there really are only a few projects that are published by mainstream publishers that really touch on it in a robust way. So that was important to me. And to echo what Bill said, in the same vein, mainstream review coverage was great to see, again, just to bring more eyes to this topic, and eyes from the sort of, ivory towers in terms of journalism and media. That was great, because again, this isn't something that should just be covered by, you know, local news or Reddit or YouTubers who are doing all of the, like, a lot of really heavy lifting on and talking about this. And so you know, places like the New Yorker, the Washington Post, the New York Times, NPR, MSNBC, coverage there was great in just bringing this topic to an audience that might not be exposed to it all the time. And related to that, there are also some academic engagements with the book that I thought were great and really interesting. There was an article in Jotwell, which is a legal scholarship review, called "When Business is a Cult," and a new one just came out this year called "From Amway to Uber: A Genealogy of Sponsored Entrepreneurship," and that was in the Journal of Platforms and Society, which my book and a bunch of other MLM work is incorporated in that article, which was also about franchising. So I think Doug would be particularly interested in that too. Yeah, so again, mainstream engagement, and also just like providing some more research so that other people can add to that body of research as well. Remarkably, something I was interested in experiencing that I didn't experience was really meaningful feedback from the industry itself. On the day of my book publication, the DSA did release a statement calling it a flawed and dismissive narrative, one built on outdated assumptions and elitist attitudes. But really, other than that, the industry has not once meaningfully addressed the most damning evidence that was gathered in the book. And that includes evidence about its very legitimacy as an industry, be it from 80 years ago up until now. So that includes the well-documented origins of Nutrilite as a business that runs on something called purchase volume, a company structure that the founders openly called a pyramid, all the way up to the fact that many of the world's largest and most legitimate multi-level marketing companies don't meaningfully track their sales, nor do they meaningfully enforce the rules that would keep them from operating like a pyramid scheme. Amway in particular hasn't responded at all to my reporting on leadership team development or worldwide dream builders. And these are systems that, you know, continue to actively recruit every day. Again, no claims of defamation, no corrections, even though there were a few corrections to be made in the book that I've made, you know, on a really small level, and no fact-checking concerns. And that's, of course, after the book was fact-checked vigorously during publication. So that to me is a piece of evidence in itself. You know, how much this industry relies on puffery, on PR stunts, and on kind of storytelling rather than the truth or data. You know, to me as a journalist, that is incredibly telling. And so even if regulatory efforts, you know, legislative efforts are going to be really tough to accomplish, I find that just continuing to tell the truth based on objective evidence about multi-level marketing is really important to do. And so just lastly, I wanted to touch on, I feel really grateful to have contributed to and learned from this smaller world of consumer protection that so many people here are a part of. You know, when I wrote the book in 2024, or I finished the manuscript in 2024, I should say, Little Bosses Everywhere ends on a rather kind of bleak note, imagining if Donald Trump won re-election and plans in the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 were to come to pass. And that ending was pretty prescient. And in terms of consumer protection, we've seen the dismantling of the CFPB, major cuts to investment of the FTC. And so it really seems like consumer protection and combating financial fraud have not only been put on the back burner in this administration, but it's actually really being forgiven or overlooked on a massive scale. And I see this, you know, every day in the work that I do just as a journalist. You know, I'm covering all manner of financial scams and frauds, and it's just getting worse and worse, and AI is making it worse. And anyway, so I think it's more critical than ever to dedicate time to this. And so everybody here to me is a hero in continuing again to just shed light here. It's so, I think that this is going to be a sort of second golden era of scamming. If MLM was invented during one of the first ones, we're at it again. And so, yeah, I just really appreciate everybody continuing to pay attention here. And yeah, the book will be in paperback in October, so I'll get another round of publicity, and I hope that I'll get to do some more interviews and again bring some more attention. And the last update I'll say is that Monique, who was the woman whose journey into Mary Kay, I told in the book, who believes she has spent $75,000, lost $75,000 during her Mary Kay journey. She actually, if you recall, at the end of the book, she joins a coaching program that's targets people leaving Mary Kay and other MLMs, doing financial literacy, which it did not end up being for her. And those people actually went after her for non-payment. So that she was sort of in another really predatory environment with this coaching scam. So again, just fraud on fraud. And so again, one more shout out to everybody in this room doing this work. And yeah, I love being a part of this world. So I was happy to be in it.
Thank you, Bridget, for joining us. Your work was really important. I know a number of people here spoke with you as you were writing it. The DSA hated it. We're not surprised that they're not commenting on it because they don't want to draw attention to it. This is an industry that runs on fear. Their fear of facts, their fear that they will not continue to be able to control the narrative. And and I think in general, they have been able to succeed as they have, in large part because they have been so active politically in helping to protect their industry. And consumer protection in general, if we reflect back to the 60s, sorry, I'm old enough to be able to do that. Once the Reagan era came, consumer protection continued to decline. And now, as you say, we're at a particularly sad point. But there are people like us.
And everyone
like
thought
you,
Reagan was a good president.
We really appreciate the efforts you put in.
Right.
We're always here as a resource. If you ever are going to do something, if you ever want to shoot information our way, or you ever have a question that you want answered, we really, really appreciate the work that you've done. Any questions?
Thank you all so much. Yeah, I can answer any questions.
We got, right? Yeah. John Braille's got a question.
He's going to come over to the mic.
Hi, Bridget. John Brea with the National Consumers League here. I'm curious, we know that the industry, or at least keep hearing anecdotes that the industry is slowly running out of recruits in the United States. And so they're starting to redouble their efforts to expand internationally. And we've had a couple of presentations here from folks providing their experience from overseas. Have you received any sort of feedback or interest from folks outside of the United States who have read your book and are seeing sort of what's going on in their own countries as sort of, this is what the Americans experienced in 1990 or 1980s, or any other kind of international questions or reactions to your book?
Yeah, actually. And, already there are some, there are, and I'm preaching to the choir here, but obviously already there is a body of work internationally about MLM, right? There are people have been writing about this in Central America, in India, in China,
India
about
especially.
their own MLM crises. So like that definitely, and a lot of that is cited in my book. And then I've talked to people like Darius, people who are involved here internationally. They were also part of my research. But yes, I mean, I did an interview with some women working on this, journalists in Sweden. I heard from somebody in Germany. more. They're not coming to the top of my head right now, but yes, I mean, I think that is actually probably the number one thing we should all be thinking about and talking about, is how to help internationally, because it does seem like that is where MLM is feeding, because it needs people who are you know, are even more needy, in need, I would say. And then also just we have, because of gig work here, there's so many opportunities for people to do other types of gig work. So yeah, I think that your question is totally on the money, and it's an enormous problem.
Well, I hope it hasn't already been done, so that your book will be translated, so that particularly folks, you know, Spanish language and others who may not be able to read it, you know, outside the United States will have more of an opportunity to.
Yes, I hope so too. I will tell my publisher again that somebody has said that to me. You know, again, it's tough out here. Book publishing itself needs like, you know, to be supported in general, because it's so difficult. Anyway.
If you want some global numbers to take to your publisher as to what languages you might want to consider, just let me know.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great.
We have one other question from, I have one other, oh, no, we have a couple questions.
We have multiple, yep.
All right. Katie Daffin has a question.
Oh my God. Hi, Katie.
Hi, good to see you.
You too.
Thank you for taking the time to do this. So yesterday, DSA put out an announcement calling for people to submit stories about their experience with DSA. And the way they're going is to say, explain why you chose independence over traditional employment. So MLM is independence, and contrasting that with traditional employment and getting people to submit stories. And I think it makes sense why storytelling is the tactic here. But since you're such a good storyteller, I just wanted to ask what advice you have for advocates in pushing back against that tactic.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, and you know, you never want to hear somebody's experience and tell them they're wrong, right? So that's the other problem with that. But when you've done research, even cursory research into this industry, you know that people are coached to tell themselves stories, right? We all know dozens of examples, hundreds of examples, more than that. I mean, in the room you're in right now, there's, I'm sure, thousands of people who, even while they were losing money, were telling themselves and telling other people that they weren't, right? So how can we then, you know, that's a really difficult thing. And so, you know, yeah, I mean, I think in my work all the time, and in the book, what I was trying to do is really balance the personal experience with the sort of hard data, the research on the industry itself, so that we're always putting these things in conversation. It's, you know, multi-level marketing is, I don't want to overinflate it, but millions of people, right? We're individually trying to make this work. And then also a very large and powerful and moneyed industry, and all the systemic things and political connections that make that work. So trying to always balance that, I think, is the number one thing advocates should do, right? I did get a lot of feedback actually from readers that they wanted more personal story. And that was interesting to me because, you know, YouTubers, a lot of the advocates, social media advocates that are here today, like that, they do a lot of that too. And that's so important. And what I wanted to do to help them was actually bring more historicizing, more political analysis, and more systemic and industrial research to this topic, because that's what to me was missing. And so sometimes I fear actually that people are more interested in story because it is more exciting, and maybe it's sexier and more interesting, but actually then we lose sight of how this is an industry that has legal and political protection. You know, so no amount of personal story is gonna help pull that apart, right? That's a more boring topic maybe, but that's like obviously, you know, why we're here today is to
I don't see how that would be boring.
Talk about all the ways that this is the really rigorous
Don't be afraid to
boring
say what
work
it
is
is.
what actually makes a difference here. So
It's
yeah,
a
that's a
scam.
long-winded answer, but
No, that's so helpful. Thank you, Bridget.
The stories will help that process. Monica?
hey, Monica.
Hi,
Wow,
Bridget.
everyone cool is at the conference. Hi, Monica.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Hi. Thanks so much for joining us today. And thank you so much for your book, which was just spectacular. I wanted to just ask you a quick question about whether your publisher might be interested in doing some kind of an edition that is either, maybe translated into Spanish in particular. One thing that we've seen for, a long time, and we saw this with the Herbalife cases you have, and many pyramids, as you see how, well, I should say many MLMs. I don't think the FTC charged Herbalife with being a pyramid. Anyway.
They were not a pyramid.
They were not. Yeah, that's as close as we got.
That's right. There was a lot of recruiting in the Latino community. There was a lot of recruiting
Yes.
among immigrants. And, this is a population that is going to have some significant challenges, particularly in the landscape that we're in now, where immigrants feel very vulnerable to, going into work and fear, fear the sort of large scale immigration crackdown. And so the pull of
I'm going to just keep quiet on
independence
that
or
one.
an MLM opportunity might have particular resonance for some folks. And I guess I wonder if you think that your publisher would be willing to do something in Spanish, and more generally, whether you've done any interviews
Why not other
or
languages
have
too?
collaborated with any of the maybe podcasters or anybody else on how these companies have a huge effect on immigrant populations.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously such a always long a concern, but is so clearly a renewed concern for various reasons. And I did in doing my research for the book, I did interview some social media advocates and former participants who were from ESL homes or who were from immigrant homes and who spoke to that experience for the book. I would certainly have been pushing my publisher to do a Spanish edition. And with translation now, there, especially with AI assistance, that it can be faster. So I'm hoping that might help. But yeah, I mean, I think that to me, that's the number one language we should do right away. Especially because even in the US itself, that should exist. Yeah, I mean, I think I would hope that if that's happening, I think there could be a New York Times article about it. I think there could be a Washington Post article about it. LA Times, like we should be, just like there were, Great Recession articles about people turning to direct selling during the Great Recession. I think there should be, we should be covering that as a media class if people are turning to direct or independent gig work like MLM during these ICE crackdowns. Like that should be, we should absolutely be covering that. So let me think about some people to bother to get on that.
Thanks, Bridget.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, Bridget. Oh, yes. This is Bonnie Patton from Tina.
Oh, hi, Bonnie.
Given you were so spot on with the end of your book,
Oh God.
I'm wondering where you think, the next book should go, or where journalists should now be digging into at this time.
I mean, I'm working on a story right now involving like digital privacy and hacking, and so really AI to me is the thing that's on the brain, and it really is making fraud 80,000 million times worse. And to me, that is the number one thing. I think the other sort of bleeding edge of the book, aside from the politics stuff that I didn't really get into, was like cryptocurrency and how pyramid style financial scams, programs, systems were really unleashed and enabled not just by the Trump administration, but also by the Biden administration. There was an active courting, and maybe it had a bit more regulatory edge, but like there was a legalization and a normalization of things like crypto and also betting. The betting markets are going crazy. Anyway, so all of this now is we are seeing in the rush to legitimize AI, and then how those systems are going to really make targeting people for phishing attempts, for financial, literacy programs, things like that. But then also like these new, low barrier paths to financial freedom, which has been MLM's recruitment tactic for long before we even had smartphones, right? So to me, and I know so many of my colleagues are it's like whack-a-mole trying to figure out how to cover this stuff because it's spreading so fast. Pig butchering scams, which is like the really gross term for these enormous compounds in Southeast Asia, where basically they're farms of people working these scamming telephone lines and digital, like scamming people on Twitter, whatever, what have you, often with slave labor. Like that stuff is gonna just get so much worse with AI, where you don't even need those people because you're just using chatbots, right? So not to be alarmist. Well, no, I am alarmist about it. So that's, Bonnie, that's kind of where I think people should be, and I hope to be contributing here. And then of course, all of that is connected to, really big companies here that are, again, have bought political cover and political power, right? So even though the armies of those people who are part of the kind of underlayer of fraud, right, they're connected to, again, really legitimate circles of power. So again, drawing those lines feels really important,
I'll just mention a couple of things, Bridget. One is that, unless something's changed, although this industry represents far less than 1% of U.S. retail sales, 2 members of the board of directors of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce are from MLM companies. And that just kind of reinforces what you just said. The other thing is, I thought I'd ask you for some advice. On Monday, I start teaching a course with 42 MBA students on corporate social responsibility and business ethics. What do you think?
I honestly, I want to see your examples of it rather than your examples of how people avoid it and don't do it. I'm really curious what the syllabus would be.
I'll look for those positive examples.
Yeah. Let's see the positive examples. That's
Thank
really
you
funny.
so much for sharing with us. It's been a great conversation. Best of luck on your next project, and don't be a stranger.
Yeah, thank you all. I really appreciate it.
Okay, for our next session, we have five individuals that
Crazy how they didn't
have been
even
very
read my
active in the
comment,
social
bro.
media environment
Those are
in
my
different
question.
ways,
They didn't
but
read my
all
question,
in
bro. What the
some
fuck?
way connected to this industry. The first
All
speaker is
right,
going to
whatever.
be Dr. Stephen Hassan, founder of Freedom of Mind, someone who's not a stranger to this conference. I think it was 3 years ago when he last spoke, and he has written a number of books dealing with occult type issues as well as persuasion issues, manipulation issues. So welcome, Stephen, and happy to have you here with us today. Oh, he isn't here with us today. Well, my goodness, where's Gladys? Okay, I don't see. Well, let's perhaps the order that I thought we would have speakers has changed, but I do see Megan and Brandy out there, also not strangers to us. And so Megan and Brandy, who created Flipping the Pyramid, I'll let you describe to our audience and to the people in this room what that's about and the good work you guys are doing.
Thank you. So we're good to go for the next little bit to do our our
Yeah,
presentation?
please do. You have, what,
Okay.
20 minutes or so? Take it away.
Okay. Amazing. All right. Megan, you ready?
Yep, I got my screen shared. Can everybody see it okay?
I have
Yep,
it
it's
screen
perfect.
up. Yep. Okay.
Great.
Amazing. Okay. So thank you so much for having us back again. Megan and I are talking about the parallels between narcissistic abuse and the dynamics found within commercial cults, and that ties into the work that we do with Flipping the Pyramid. We're specifically speaking about the impact with neurodivergent populations based on our own lived experience and research. So much of this research actually came out of my final year of training as a psychotherapist, where each of us as students were allowed to choose an independent research topic. And my supervisor knew that I'd been doing a lot of independent research on commercial cults, and he challenged me to explore what I still wanted to know about these dynamics. And what stood out to me was around whether sociopathic or narcissistic personality traits lent itself to leadership in these structures, and then how neurodivergent individuals might be uniquely impacted.
So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Megan Williams. I am a licensed professional counselor in the state of Arizona. I've been in behavioral health for like 20 years. I specialize in recovery from coercive control environments in addition to grief and heavy trauma, which is super fun as a therapist when you hear about people's trauma all day long. I did write a workbook for folks coming out of MLM systems in order for them to help process and start deconstructing their experience, because there weren't a lot of resources out there for folks to kind of understand what all it was that they had gone through. And then I do a lot of advocacy and education in the therapist realm to kind of help my colleagues better understand these concepts when they have somebody who's coming in to heal from their experiences.
And I'm a student therapist. I graduate next month. But prior to going back to school, I was involved in a multi-level marketing company for the better part of a decade, starting when I first became a mother in the spring of 2012. I severed ties in 2022, and thanks to the work of people like Stephen Hassan, who hopefully we get to hear from, I was able to apply concepts like the BITE model to understand what I'd been part of and why I stayed for so long. So I've been doing advocacy work, including co-leading the free support group with Megan. And then I like to do a lot of satire on Instagram because humor is my coping mechanism. So here's a vision board during my peak time in an MLM. And I thought a fitting quote is by Stephen Hassan: even though cult members say publicly that they are happier than they have ever been, the reality is sadly quite different. So while I was really intrigued by how leaders of these commercial cults exhibit narcissistic traits, and while I personally was drawing connections between, it seemed that a lot of the participants were induced to experience manic or borderline states when they were very committed. And while I found myself as a neurodivergent person disproportionately affected, I think a huge disclaimer is important to be said just out of the gate on this topic, which is that
Looks
cultic
like
abuse can and does
none vision
happen
board
to
from
anyone.
2015. I don't think I'm familiar with that one.
Sorry.
All right,
Okay.
chat.
So what Megan and I will be
restroom.
covering today for.
I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
And then we'll weave three strands together into a braid. What makes these systems narcissistic? What makes MLMs cults exactly? And the susceptibility factors with neurodivergence and how to navigate recovery.
So neurodivergence has become kind of one of these commonplace buzzwords in the general vernacular at this point, and a lot of people don't understand what it actually is. So when we talk about neurodivergence from a clinical type standpoint, it's typically somebody that is on the ADHD or the autism spectrum, those two different diagnostic areas. However, when we talk about neurodivergence, we talk about anybody whose brain chemistry is different than what the standard brain chemistry would look like. And one of those includes people who have a lot of trauma histories. Because people who have trauma histories, their brains work very differently than people who haven't experienced, especially long-term prolonged trauma. So when we talk about neurodivergence, we're talking about people whose brain chemistry works differently than what would typically be found in somebody else, right? The biggest thing that we know is that when people have some kind of neurodivergence, they do become what is called like the canary in the coal mine, right? They're the first people to recognize patterns. They're the first people to kind of feel the gut instinct churning of this doesn't feel right. This doesn't look right. This is, it doesn't fit, right? Especially when we talk about trauma histories, because trauma trains our brain to always look for a threat, to always look for a thing that might be out of the ordinary. However, when people's trauma responses reduce them into more of a fawn response, which is that I'm going to go along to get along in order to avoid conflict, they can fall prey to narcissistic abuse a lot faster because it's usually something that they've experienced in the past. But because their response is to mask or mimic, they're going to probably be the perfect recruit for certain things, because people who are on the autism spectrum and who have ADHD mask a lot as well, especially women. But anybody who has that kind of fawn, that go along to get along, is going to fall into those behavior patterns, and they have been taught a lot of times to discount their gut instinct, even though their gut instinct is finely tuned. But usually when they start listening to it, they're the first ones that will crawl out of these types of systems.
All right. So I love this photo. Megan knows I love this photo as a perfect way to depict the modern day cult leader. They look like they could be our neighbors. They look like they could be our friends. They have this adorably cute dog, and they also lead a commercial cult called the Twin Flames Universe. So I think it's just important for us to understand what we're looking at. We're not looking at compounds necessarily. We're not looking at masked rogue leaders that's necessarily making a cult a cult. And so there are many theories that allow us to kind of use a litmus test to look at our group and determine where on the spectrum they might fall. So Stephen Hassan has the BITE model: behavior, information, thought, and emotional control. And then we have Janja Lalich with Founded Choice, which she formulated coming out of a Marxist cult and studying the similarities between what she experienced in a political cult and what happened in the Heaven's Gate cult. So she talks about having a charismatic authority. So the person at the top in the MLM structure, maybe the founder, maybe your upline, a transcendent belief system. So in a commercial cult, it's like following the system is going to lead you to this, whatever your dream life is. Systems of control, systems of
You meant to say Arbonne? Okay, no. That's fine. It's okay. I've been struggling with words the whole day today.
And so you can watch any cult documentary, which is one of the things that
I wish I could watch all of this. I'm at the
what
park
I'd
with my
experienced was
3-year-old.
through
I
watching The
will
Vow. And you
catch
can
all this
understand
sometime
how
this
these
weekend.
formulas work in group coercion. The
speakers.
documentary.
It's okay. Look, family comes first. Okay, so go spend some time with your family. Okay, go have some fun with your 3-year-old, and you're at a park. That's a cool place to be. So make sure you have some fun with your kid. Okay, and you take care. Be safe out there. All right. Make sure you wish the car wife a very lovely day, and we will talk with you soon. Okay, take care.
Changing and refreezing. A researcher named John Hunter realized in a large group awareness training.
Thank you, Viper. I
which
appreciate
is one of the first things they tell you in an MLM is you've got to get to conference, or you've got to get to this event. And what they're wanting to get you to is a large group awareness training. And what John Hunter realized was that when he attended a large group awareness training, that all of these aspects of the event was what he was required to actually avoid in order to prevent a manic episode. And so that inspired him to write a book called Manufacturing Mania, where he breaks this down. So then you're given new habits and all these touch points to the product and to the brand, the new language you have to learn, and the ways that language is manipulated through tactics like neuro-linguistic programming, all of the double binds, like don't make your children the excuse, make them the reason, and thought terminating cliches like the only way you lose is if you quit. Stephen Hassan talks about the Moonies saying you wouldn't feed steak to a baby chick. And actually in the book Merchants of Deception, which is about Amway, the author reported the exact same phrase being spoken in Amway. The group that I was in, they would say, just light their way one step at a time. And so what all of these phrases are explaining is the very gradual deliverance of this new identity. And then lastly, the best way to solidify the new identity is recruiting other people, because then it forces the recruit to parrot the same scripts and indoctrinate themselves in the process of acting as if you are a leader. And like what Bridget was saying, telling your hero's journey over and over and over again as a way to self-indoctrinate the recruit.
So what do people need, right? Like that's the biggest thing here is one of the things that when we look at narcissism and sociopathy, antisocial personality disorder, what do they need? Well, they need a supply, right? They need people to draw from. They need to pull energy from people. And when we talk about cultic type leaders, even cults of personality, right? Because those exist in our society. They need people to hang on their every word. They need the likes, they need the clicks, they need all of the things that will feed their overinflated sense of self. And so we've got a little bit of a video to kind of show you what this can look like. Because obviously social media is a great way to farm, to find some of these different resources and how people engage in some of these tactics. This was pulled from a social media site.
It's intimidating to picture yourself doing what I do, putting myself out there on social media, posting consistently, right? Like to you, that seems daunting because that is coming from a place where you don't believe anybody would listen to you. You don't believe that you have a story to tell. You don't believe that your current life could help impact and make a difference in somebody else's. It all stems back to you not believing that you're worthy enough to do this work. Stop comparing yourself to, you know, Lauren on the internet who has been doing this business for 15 years, has the most aesthetic page, who speaks with confidence, everything's perfect, and you're like, oh, damn, I could never do that. Yeah, you couldn't because that's not you. So when you can actually just pull back the curtain, baby girl, and just be yourself, you're going to find a pool of people that think you're cringe as but you are also going to find a pool of people that are like, damn, that's my girl, she gets me.
Ew,
that's how you build a business. So you don't have to be a VP or 500 steps of someone.
That's disgusting. Dude, I really hate when people say baby girl like that. That just cringes, bro. Oh.
Me by your side. And have you ever had one person in your corner screaming at you? Believe that, like the leverage that you can have in your back pocket is that you're going to link arms with me and I'm going to show you. I'm going to help you figure out what the hell you actually really want to say. And I'm going to help you post with confidence. I'm going to help you be able to show up on social media without a mask on, right? I'm going to help you stop fearing what people are going to say and actually.
I'm going to help you gaslight everyone that follows you.
When you can actually approach social media from that energy, it becomes therapeutic. It's
I think what's really important in that clip to highlight is, first of all, the repetition. Second of all, that right? And then that idea of we're going to teach you how to do this without masking, when the reality
100%.
is they're going to teach you how to be them, which requires intense masking. It's not even, you don't want to look at that other person because of what they're doing, but I want you to have everything look like what I want it to look like. I'm going to teach you what to say. I'm going to teach you what to post. I'm going to become the most important person in your life in order for you to be successful. And that cult of personality churns and it churns and it churns. And people who are susceptible and more vulnerable, who are not confident, that don't necessarily have a skill set, they're going to latch on to that. And people who are neurodivergent, who mask anyway, who are really good at copying other behaviors, as they watch other people exist in the world, they're going to copy these people 120% without question. And they're just going to do it that way because this person is telling them that this is the only way to be successful.
I hate people like that. I really do. Every fiber
So
of
I'm
my
gonna.
being
I heard that
screams hatred
Stephen
at these
Hassan
kinds of
is
people.
coming on and has a hard stop at 2. So at any point, if he pops on, I won't. I don't really see anything other than what's on my screen. So you just have to verbally, someone just tell us to pause, and we can let Stephen go. Just wanted
You're
to say
good
that.
to keep going, I think.
Okay. Okay. So I just wanted to share a story that helps illustrate how these systems are relational trauma. Coercive control is relational trauma. So I think it's quite interesting that the same lawyer who represented P. Diddy was the same lawyer who represented Keith Raniere. And in both trials, the defense is kind of the same. Like, you're infantilizing these women. They're intelligent. They're making adult decisions, which is, again, the same defense that's used to, defend multi-level marketing. That this is actually empowerment. These are women who are breaking the mold and doing something for themselves. So this is from a blog post that is sharing about episodes of The Vow, which is about NXIVM. And it shares how there doesn't need to be a gun to anyone's head. They can, because of the relational trauma aspect and the enmeshment that's encouraged in these groups and fostered in these groups, while technically you can leave at any time, you don't. And this was my experience as well. So it says, Daniela was desperate to hold on to her family, and that was the biggest reason she stayed in the room. She didn't want to lose them. Her family brought Danny her meals, but they would leave them outside the door and wouldn't talk to her. Danny testified she broke pretty quickly and started to have episodes where she would spiral down. Afterwards, she would be numb for days. After nearly 2 years of this isolation, Danny had become suicidal, and she began to plan how she would do it. One day, Daniela looked out the window of her room and saw a cardinal she had been tracking. The bird had built a nest and had babies the spring before, but had taken off during winter. Now the cardinal was back. Daniela testifies she doesn't know why, but seeing that bird made her want to fight. She felt the sense of freedom and thought, go fuck yourselves, I'm going to live. She left the room. I was done.
So some of the core tactics that I think at least people who are attending are very familiar with that tend to be utilized a lot in cultic movements and by people who utilize cultic personality type situations. So that cult of one, we see these same types of tactics used over and over again. They're utilized in larger groups. They're also utilized
Have I
in
made coffee?
domestic
No,
violence relationships, child abuse type relationships. These are those core tactics that happen. People are familiar with love bombing, that idea of I'm going to tell you how amazing you are over and over and over and over and over again to get myself ingratiated with you. That's usually paired with withholding. So if you do something wrong, I'm going to pull away my attention, right? I'm going to start giving it to somebody else. And that creation of, well, what about me happens. If I was the superstar and now I'm not the superstar, I'm going to do whatever it takes to be the superstar again. The gaslighting that, making you doubt your own reality. Gaslighting is another overly used term. Gaslighting is an intentional, purposeful series of manipulation.
I would argue that love bombing is the worst form of abuse. 100%.
That's gaslighting, when I know for a fact that you did say that or you did do those things, to the point where you've said it to me so many times, I start to question if I actually witnessed that, or was it a dream, or did I make it all up? Even though I was fully present for whatever it was that happened, right? The future faking, so like, I'm gonna push stuff out and making it look like we're doing better than we are. Fake it till you make it is a huge phrase that gets utilized, right? We know a lot of times behind the scenes, people that are showing you these big mansions or this massive amount of cars or these really fancy boats, they're renting them or they're borrowing them from other people. Or in the case of one higher up in a multi-level marketing firm, they were a realtor. So they would just go into where they were selling a house and pretend like that house was theirs, even though it was one that they were selling. Again, that false empowerment. There's a lot of empowerment adjacent language that's utilized in order to have the air and guise of female empowerment, while at the same time, it is extremely derogatory and it's extremely exploitive. And I think that we all kind of know what that looks like, right? That idea of, you know, women in general are pushed to be everything to everybody all the time anyhow. And that's one of the main pain points that gets exploited. Don't you want to help your family more? You know, don't you want to be all the things? When, you know, being just one of the things is more than acceptable. You know, not everybody can be all the things. The trauma bonding is real.
True.
That idea. So a trauma bond is when a person who is being abused becomes so enmeshed with their abuser that they start to defend them, that they become their strongest ally. We see a lot of this with what we call flying monkeys. So the people that are being exploited inside the system who go out and do the dirty work of the person that's at the top. So the person at the top is like, oh, I can't believe this person's criticizing me. And so all of their underlings go and attack that person. We see this a lot on social media where people are getting their social media taken down for mass reports of bullying and that kind of thing. The bond that happens between the abused and the abuser is one that gets exploited a lot. And that's also where we see some of that fawning response. I'm going to go along so that you don't sit and scream at me, because I think we've all seen the videos of people who are in training that are screaming at their recruits, at the people that are in their downline. And it's extremely abusive to sit on a call that's supposed to help you be stronger in your financial business, and all they're doing is screaming at you and telling you how terrible you are.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. If someone is screaming at me, you best believe you better have something. Oh my, hell no. I'm laying your ass out. There's no, hell no. Hell no. No one's ever going to talk to me like that.
Darvo is one of those techniques that's super fun because it's hard to understand that it's happening.
Because as someone who has PTSD myself, nah, I will react in a way that I'll just get triggered, and all I'll see is red.
Do not deserve the results if you are not willing to put in the work. Because I showed up day after day after day. And now I want to relate this to your business because I was having this conversation with a consultant. She's been in the business for about a year. She's got to the first level and she's like, my year's coming up and nothing's really changed. And I said, what have you done to disrupt what you are doing? Because when I talk to you, you've always been 1 foot in, 1 foot out. When I go to your page, I'm not even sure you do Arbonne. When I go to your house, when we chat, I'm still not really sure that
I appreciate that.
Because you've always had a foot in, foot out. You do not deserve the results that you want to get to where you are if you're not
No
willing to put in
screaming.
the work.
No screaming, period. Screaming is not, you shouldn't do that to people. So
through setbacks, through hard, through good, through all of them to get to where you want to be. Can you say that you left every stone uncovered? Because if you can't, you don't deserve the results and you don't deserve to say it didn't work for you. This could be a pattern in your life. And if it is, this is where we need to talk deeper. 1, do you stop things when things get hard? Because what message are you continuing to give yourself over and over again? 2, have you disrupted what you are doing daily to have change in your life? Because that's the only way you're going to get through and change the patterns of working through hard. You need to do something different. 3, have you shown up consistently, but 1 year you still don't deserve the results that you want?
Just get over yourself. So many people leave. So many people quit. And we're just lifers. Like, we're going to be here. We're doing this. It just makes sense. And it was just
no, you're called a moron.
Like, dang, like there's a lot of
you're not a lifer. You're an idiot.
And quit when it gets hard instead of just following through. And it's like if they would have just stayed past the hard hump, where they could have been on the other side. And so I do think there's something to say about longevity and being willing.
Gladys, I look, Gladys, I've tried. I've tried. I'm gonna flip a fucking script on these people. I'm going to flip a fucking. Look at all that goddamn lip filler that bitch.
You train so hard that one day, and you're like, oh my god, you look in the mirror, like I'm still fat. No shit.
Look at all the lip filler that chick's got on, bro. Dude, 90% plastic, bro. Are you shitting me?
So as I said earlier, commercial cult systems evoke.
And you want to talk
codependent
shit on
behavior
someone
in
else?
participants.
Your whole
You can
fucking
kind of
face is
see
fake.
how this
The
might
fuck?
play out if you had a relationship with any of those
Breaking me,
women whose
100%.
videos were
Yeah.
shown, and maybe they were your
Oh,
best
oh yeah,
friend.
100%.
Maybe they were a family member,
So annoying.
and you trusted them. And then, as you know, things get inevitably difficult because the system's set up that way. It's flipped around on you. You could see how it's flipped around
That's
back
an
on
adorable
you,
baby.
and that's confusing, destabilizing. And then you've got this enmeshed relationship where this person is your everything. You're probably talking to them every single day. So
Yeah.
it's by design that this codependent type behavior is encouraged. And as Megan was saying earlier, if empowered, a neurodivergent individual may be the best able to recognize toxic, arbitrary, deferring, self-policing environments. But because we're more likely to experience chronic misattunement and invalidation, we're at greater risk for developing CPTSD. And so then trauma can then exacerbate certain challenges like emotional regulation or sensory sensitivity, which then creates further isolation for the person who's been marginalized. And then if you're in a precarious
Wait,
position,
isn't that her?
socially, economically,
That's Brandy, isn't it?
emotionally, you know, in my picture there, I did not know that my firstborn child was autistic.
Yeah, that's
So I
Brandy.
was in quite an isolated, precarious position as a new mother.
Damn,
Not
you're talking shit on
understanding
Brandy,
why
Viper.
it was so
What?
difficult, and not really feeling
That's
like I was
crazy.
really part of any community or having much social supports. So that's the, you know, ripe for recruitment into a high control group, which is promising focus, structure,
That's right.
this momentum,
This is why I
you
yell at you,
know,
Viper.
the love bombing, which feels like validation and feels like security and safety, when in reality it's quite the opposite. And
I
and
could
as
see how you thought
well,
that.
because you know we've got this higher need for structure and rules and all of that and predictability, the environment itself can actually feel addictive in a way, and it's with the incentives and contests and all of these little milestones that keep moving, designed to be dopaminergic. So it's actually exploiting the dopamine issue that someone like myself might have with ADHD.
So one of the things we look at is how does this apply out in concepts for people that might not have the clinical background that Brandy and I have. So you think about the emperor's new clothes, right? The leader has this narcissism about himself, and he is sustained by the collective supply of all the people around him.
What is this?
Until the one little girl's like, but he's naked, right? Until that moment happens, everybody buys in. And if you think about that little girl as being kind of our neurodivergent person, neurodivergent people have the ability to not go along with things that they don't like understand. So they like rules if they make sense to them, but if the rules don't make sense, then they don't
Right.
follow them. This is kind of
Right.
that idea. And once one
I
person
think that's
points
just
it
normal
out, other
people.
people can't help but see it,
Hold on a
which is
minute.
kind of what we do in the advocacy world.
I thought that was just normal people.
I was recruited, and I'm highly susceptible to these types of things based off of my own neurodivergence. So I have a history of CPTSD. I am in recovery from a substance use disorder, and I'm on the autism spectrum. They've all shaped the way that I connect with the world, or I don't connect with the world. I have always struggled with social situations. So when I was
I feel that.
approached inside of a 12-step fellowship about something I had shared in a space that was supposed to be safe for me to be vulnerable, the affinity fraud was huge for me. I thought this was definitely a safe person. She was inside the same circles I was in. I thought she genuinely cared about me, and she didn't, right? She saw me as a dollar sign. She saw me as a recruit. She didn't see me as anything other than somebody that she could make money off of because I was willing to be vulnerable in a space that I thought I could be vulnerable in. You know, I've been able to look at this person over time and identify a lot of the symptoms of different personality disorders. I haven't officially diagnosed because I'm not allowed to do that because I know her personally. But I see how she continues to manipulate others and how she encourages other people to specifically target marginalized and vulnerable groups. And she's proud of it. And she's currently on like her 5th multi-level marketing company at this point, because she continues to jump and jump and jump. And she's one of those people that has never fixed the situation that required her to fix in order to lose that vulnerability.
What a dumbass.
To specifically recruit people with childhood trauma.
Okay, maybe that's harsh. Maybe that's harsh, but if you figured out by the second MLM that it's not working and you try again, that's on you, bro.
What we know, we do what's familiar. So our brains see something
Maybe in
and
the
say,
first
I know
one,
what
but
that
damn.
is. And so we keep doing it, whether it's safe or not, because we know how to exist inside of systems and situations that we have experienced before.
But I
And
don't
there's
really
that
feel
thought
sorry
of, well,
for
this
her,
time
bro.
it's going to be different. This time it'll be okay. This time I know better. And it doesn't
Because
always happen.
she's one of those
And that
abusers, you know?
dopamine
Don't feel sorry
reward
for her.
system, the oxytocin reward system that comes from participating in community, it keeps people going back in because they haven't dealt with that vulnerability and figured out other ways to connect. And then because neurodivergence really loves structure, we like when people tell us what to do and where we're going and like give us a nice tidy roadmap. So it makes sense when you keep joining things,
How about you
they
make
give you
your
a
own
nice
roadmap?
tidy roadmap on how
How
to
about that?
exist in the world. It
You want a
just
roadmap? Make it
becomes a
yourself.
repetitive thing.
Just make the roadmap
Megan,
yourself.
we have to end.
Okay.
So do you want to skip it ahead to just sharing the resources and
Oh,
the
I hate that they have to skip, man.
yeah. So these are some resources that if you are, you know, neurodivergent or not, all of these would be highly recommended workbooks or informational books like Ponzinomics, Combating Mind Control, Take Your Life Back.
I would
Cutting
highly
Ties is
advise you
Megan's
guys check out
workbook.
Ponzinomics.
Walking Free
Ponzinomics
is
is
an
a great
excellent
book.
workbook. The Writing to Reckon Journal by Jarrett of Living Cult Free, and Rachel Bernstein's Restart and
Ponzinomics
Restore.
Ponzinomics goes into the history of MLMs, how it started, talks a lot about Amway, talks a lot about how it's involved with the government, and talks a lot about the tool scams and everything like that. So highly recommended book. You can find it on Amazon as both a hard copy book and an ebook.
Support group meeting led by Megan and myself. You know, we understand that you've been finding.
Yo, real quick, chat, real quick. I'm actually thinking about doing a live stream over Ponzinomics, like reading Ponzinomics with you guys. Would you guys like that?
Thank you very much. And thanks. It's a lot of information, and it really speaks to some of the underlying emotional forces that obviously are contributing to the behaviors we see.
Yo,
and the
that's a
harm that
sick
gets
tat.
caused. And we appreciate your efforts on this. We appreciate you coming.
You would?
Today.
Okay. All right.
I know
Well, I will think about how
interacted
I
with
can
you
do
guys
that.
before. You
But
always
I
do
can
good
make it like
work.
a couple hours
And
live stream.
please, stay in touch.
And we can
And
go
if there's anything we
over
can do to be supportive, certainly I will
the
try what
book.
I can do. There are people in this room who will try what they can do. Just let us know. Okay. Next we have Gladys from MLM Exit.
Gladys!
Gladys has been working in this area for a while now.
Yo, everyone give a dub to Gladys,
as a matter
bro.
of fact, I'm sorry.
We got to give a dub to Gladys.
Come
on.
Your work, Gladys.
We got to hype my girl up. Let's go.
She
Yo,
has,
dubs.
In 2019, she just started discovering the anti-MLM movement. In 2021, she started creating educational anti-MLM content in English and Spanish due to the immigration Latino community. And she's currently working on her website, which should be available soon. Gladys, again, thanks for joining us and contributing to this conversation.
Wait, her website's already up. I hope she puts a link down.
Thank you for the invitation. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know if there's any issues with the sound, okay?
Somebody on here said, oh, since it's just a pyramid scheme,
Like, first of all, that is the dumbest thing. Well, I shouldn't, well, it's pretty dumb and it's pretty ignorant. When 80% of the products sold are sold to people who are not affiliated with the company, how can that be a pyramid?
My efforts and my work were only 6% of my paycheck, which means 94% of the bulk of my check came from sponsoring and my team and my group.
Are buying that 80% and just putting people's names down. That's how. Fucking scumbag.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here again.
I gotta shut up. I
Thank
gotta
you
lock in.
for
You know
that
what?
invitation.
I'm going to mute myself.
For years, I've done exactly what the FTC tells us to do. I've documented, I've reported, I've submitted evidence because I've seen many MLM reps doing things that go far beyond questionable business practices. I've supported the FTC whenever they ask, like during the 2022 FTC comment period, and I know I'm not alone. There are people in this room who have been raising awareness about MLMs for years, some even for decades, and yet here we are. Despite all the effort, all those reports, all that evidence, most MLM companies continue to operate in ways that harm people financially, emotionally, and sometimes far worse. So my question is, what else can I do? Because just creating a presentation for you today wasn't enough for me. I wanted you to see what allegedly happens straight from the mouths of their own reps. And what we have to witness, report, and then watch completely ignored, leaving us frustrated, powerless, and asking, how is this even allowed?
Motivation.
We love you, Julie!
Persistence. Dedication.
Yes.
Joy.
It's been hard, but here you are.
But what I love is people.
So you can do one of two things. You can re-sign up, use a different email address, and then whenever you use your social, change the last number so it doesn't show up as your old social. Call in, cancel your other account, and I would use your husband's name if you can, and then in a couple of months, try to change your social back to, I think it's 6 months, change it back to the original social before you're going to get a 1099. And that way, they don't flag it and see that you had two different accounts.
Yeah. Detailed conversations about how to commit Social Security fraud. Recording. She actually said it and sent it to somebody. And there were rumors. I remember it goes back a while, I think. I'm not completely positive. Most people knew that she was detailing Social Security fraud. And so, yeah, it's insane. And it's a felony. And it's fraud. Yeah, she was in a team call or in a team chat and is on a voice note detailing to people how to commit Social Security fraud. Because as we all know, when you sign up as a market partner for Mon8, you have to give them your Social Security number. So fraudulent Social Security numbers would mean that you could sign up people fraudulently under you. And yeah, so allegedly, sounds like her, but allegedly that's her on the voice note. And I've known her long enough to know it's her, and I've heard enough stories to know it's her. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. But she's not the only one. There's a lot of people that have committed fraud. And there's been a lot of people that have been suspended and fined over the years for committing fraud.
The thing that Angelique just put up, like, yeah, like we all knew that. Like, you didn't need to use a dead person's Social Security number. You could just use any random number and it would have worked to sign up. It's so gross.
I don't have time to wrap my day around responding, so it was true but old information. Yes, I got in huge trouble. I did, however, go back to the girl and tell her, no, bad idea, don't do it. We have to do it the right way, and they aren't sharing that. At first, I wasn't thinking anything of it because when my mom signed me up in my first company, they had my social security numbers wrong, and I found out almost a year later. And I was so worried, and compliance was just like, oh, it's okay, we will just fix it. So dumb me didn't think it was a big deal, but I immediately regret it as soon as I sent it. It gets brought up every single year by the same hater, so it's not shocking to me that it's out again. It was in 2017, and yeah, I was totally in the wrong. I do get tired of admitting I was wrong, and I made a mistake year after year. I have even reached out to the ones posting. They have made countless videos of me for 7 years. I'm numb to it. It doesn't faze me as much as they hope. However, my friends who have to watch it every year are getting really tired of it. Me too. I get it. Move on. Quit sharing it. I am not who I was back then, and I learned my lesson. It does keep me very mindful of how I operate my business today, and I'm grateful for that lesson.
Now tell me, if something like this doesn't get severe consequences, then what will? But wait, there's more.
How has it been alleged to you that they cheat the system? So to me, it was told to me, and it was from one of the original founders, not founders, one of the original market partners, who is actually, so Lynn is actually under her, and how she is, no, that woman is she is crazy to watch. Keep going, sorry. And so with So how these Miami girls, how they do it, again, it's fucking smart. And I almost am like jealous by how they do it. So once you hit a certain rank, or once you're going for a certain rank, I want to say it's like AMM and up, you get put into like this chat or this pool. And so they say, okay, cool. So part of your bonus now is going to go into this pool. It's going to go into this account or whatever. And then at the end of the month, we use the money from this pool to stack and to buy packs and to put whatever it is that we need to, so all of us can hit our rank. But so these Miami girls, that's how they all do it. They all do it that way. And that's why you don't see a lot of them on leaderboards unless they have this crazy huge following on social media, and some of them, they don't qualify for the trips, but they just pay to go onto the trips. And on social media, they make it look like they qualified for a trip. It's all about the bait and switch and smoke and mirrors. And it drives me fucking insane.
A lot of us were pretty aware that they were buying ranks because we saw the chats.
But that's what that was when that chat got released. There was a girl in Miami, but that was it. She was like, okay, guys, like so-and-so's only 4,000 like money-wise away from this rank. And then it'll be you guys next time and we'll all put in for you. And blah, 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 blah. But and she got suspended for a month and she didn't get her paycheck that month. But this is what's crazy. But yet she still spoke at Monations. Yep.
And that's the problem. Regardless of the rules existing on paper, the violations are clear. But this MLM is not the only one.
We are going to tell you last month, if we only got paid on what we personally sold on our PRV, you guys, we're going to tell you what our paychecks would have been. And then we're also going to give you the percentage of what our paycheck is because of sponsoring, right? So last month, I personally sold $2,691.10. Hard work right there. My paycheck would have been $807.33. Not too shabby still, I think. I think that's still pretty dang good, actually. However, my efforts and my work were only 6% of my paycheck, which means 94% of the bulk of my check came from sponsoring and my team and my group. Next.
Last month, I sold $3,696.41. 30% if my paycheck would have been $1,108, which is fantastic. It was 20% of my check.
It was what?
20% of my check.
So if it was 20% of her check, that means that 80% is coming from recruitment and her team.
Last month, I sold 2,217. My check would have been $665. And that was 5% of my check.
If that was 5% of her check, then 95% is coming from her team and recruitment.
Okay, so hi everybody. So my commission would have been $821 if I was just paid on what I sold. And that ended up being 1.8% of my entire paycheck, which is pretty crazy.
1.8% of her entire paycheck. That means that 98.2%, I repeat, 98.2% is coming from the team and recruiting.
So I'm going to go last because I had last month 1,064 PRV. So I did not get the monthly sales award last month. And I would have made $266 off of my personal commissions. And I'm hesitant to share this number, but I'm going to share it anyways. So I was only paid 0.04%, somewhere around there, of our was from our personal PRV for our end of the month commission check.
So I understand why she didn't want to share it, because that number is disgusting. If it was just 0.04% coming from her customers, real clients, that means that the 99.96% is coming from her team. Disgusting.
And so the reason that we wanted to share this with you is not to brag. It's not to, deflate the number to which we got paid, because that's great for a lot of consultants where you are in your business. That is such an awesome number. Lots of you, many of your team members, they would have loved to get a $666 commission check or a $1,000 commission check or a $2,000 commission check right off their personal sales. That would have been a huge, awesome goal. But we're here to talk to you guys tonight about what's possible, because we want you to dream bigger and have a slightly different understanding of how to make that happen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, I sold 2,933. My paycheck would have been $882, and that was 9% of my total paycheck.
If that was 9% of her total paycheck, that means that 91% is coming from her team.
That's pretty awesome.
If you're selling most of your product to people who aren't part of your sales force, it's not a pyramid scheme.
Now, let's look at the numbers that your own superstar directors are sharing. One reported that 94% of her paycheck came from her team. Another 80% from her team. The next 95% from her team. Another 98.2% from her team. Then another 99.96% from her team. And finally, 91% from her team. So by your own definition, Orval, and I'll quote you one more time, if you're selling most of your products to people who are not part of your sales force, it is not a pyramid scheme. So how is it possible that a top rep with this type of behavior is celebrated as the first $15 million club earner, and the other rep who was talked about in the second video is on stage at Mo Nations being treated as an example for others? It's almost like shady behavior is celebrated in these MLMs. So what message does that send to the downlines watching, to reps in other MLMs? Because the takeaway feels pretty obvious. If this behavior leads to recognition, promotion, and money, why wouldn't other reps do the same? There are plenty of videos showing shady behavior across MLMs. These are just a few because my time is limited in this presentation. And it doesn't take long to find them online. These reps aren't even trying to hide this behavior. So where is the self-regulation that the DSA brags so much about? Because I don't see it. I personally have reported all of these videos to the FTC, and I know I was not the only one. So I have to ask both the FTC and the DSA, what has actually been done about this? And sure, I can already hear the pro MLM people saying, but those videos are from years ago. That doesn't really address the issue. The patterns and concerns are still valid. And unless there's clear evidence that this behavior has stopped, I'm talking about actual numbers, enforcement data, and documented actions taken. I have the right to form my own opinion on what happens within these MLM companies. And before we have the DSA tries to distance itself with their old excuse of these companies are probably not even members. Nice try. Sensi and Monad are both, and I quote, proud members of the Direct Selling Association, end quote. As much as the DSA brags so much about self-regulation, this is why it's getting harder and harder to take them seriously. Because if the DSA and the DSSRC were actually doing their damn jobs, we wouldn't keep seeing this level of rule breaking out in the open. So I want to know, what has actually been implemented to prevent this behavior from happening again in these MLMs? What safeguards are in place to stop other MLM reps from repeating it? And what consequences, if any, did these reps face? I'm standing here as someone who took the time to support the FTC and trust that if enough people spoke up, something meaningful would change. But at some point, we have to ask a harder question. If this isn't enough, then what is?
Right.
What level of evidence is required? How many reports do we need to be filed? If the people trying to do the right thing keep asking, what else can I do? Then maybe it's time to start asking the regulators, what else should you be doing? Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Bars! Let's go! Yo, dub! Dub, bro! Nah, we're putting capital
Wes,
W's,
thank you
bro.
so much for the work you've put into this and the work you've put in elsewhere to help document this.
Dub!
I know you're frustrated given your submission to the FTC. I share your frustration. Our expectations of what the DSA would be willing to do, we have very low expectations there, of course. There's no evidence that they have any effective self-regulation. But we appreciate the efforts you're making to help inform others and to help warn them away from consumer harm and help those who have been harmed to find ways to get on a better path. Thank you so much for that. Maura, did we have any questions?
Yeah, we have one that I've saved from the last session because I felt it was more applicable here. So I hope that person will forgive me for moving their question a little bit. For our some of our social media people, what do you think are the most effective platforms for growing awareness?
So I could probably field this. I found that there's a lot of TikTok that is understanding of these systems. There's a lot of, because of the variety of the videos and the topics that you can utilize, I found that it tends to be more balanced with, hey, you know, these are the tactics that are being used. This is the problem with these things, that sort of thing. So for that level of education, I feel like TikTok and YouTube tend to be the best because they do have the platforms for kind of the longer video explanation things, and Reels are huge right now. Anytime it's in video form, people are watching it. Or listening to it while they're getting ready. So audio mediums tend to be a little more popular because of that reason.
Yo, chat, let me
People
know.
don't really necessarily like to take the time to read,
How many
especially
viewers?
a longer
How many
post,
of
like
you
on a
are putting
Facebook
this
page.
in the background?
But then I think too, when you look at like the Instagrams and anything along those lines, as long as it's in video format, those tend to be the best platforms to get the right education. But you'll also get a lot of people in the feed that are definitely promoting as well.
Oh no, you got it right there.
And there's
Huh?
a question here. Why do you think so many people have never even heard of the concept of MLMs?
Oh, give me just a second, chat. I gotta get something.
I don't know if any of you have an answer to that one.
So I can tell you, for me, even though I grew up in the Midwest where lots of, you know, the MLM was just a huge thing in the 80s and 90s, I never really understood what it was. And I think too, like part of it now is there's that push to get off of social media. So a lot of the younger generations are pushing to move away from social media. The other piece that I think is interesting is that the way a lot of social media is being fed now is it's a lot of ads interspersed into content, and the ads look like regular content. So when somebody is selling their MLM products, it doesn't look any different than somebody who has an affiliate something or other with some other company that's selling that product, right? Their Amazon link or the supplement company that they're partnering with or what have you. It's become so much normalized in a lot of those public spaces that people are consuming that it just looks like every other ad. So people don't know that it's different.
Great. Thank you so much. Bill, I don't know if there are any questions in the room, but I think we're okay here.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker in this session is Megan Lanahan. Megan is a former MLM insider, writer, podcaster, and legal researcher. She spent 14 years in Amway and walked away with a deep understanding of the industry, and now uses that insight to support others. Her podcast, MLM Recovery Room, offers grounded and real-world perspectives on what it takes to unpack the experience and move
Everyone,
forward.
let's give a dub to
Thank you, Megan,
Megan
for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Keep. And I apologize, my camera is not working, so that's fantastic. And I'm not sure if I'm still on here. I apologize.
We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. I apologize. I've had some computer issues here. Bear with me one second, you guys. I apologize.
It's all right, Megan. We got you. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good.
Okay, my screen flipped around on me. I apologize. Let me.
Oh, you mean
So
like
I
from our first
just to
podcast?
kind of break up the monotony here, of me trying to get my technical issue under control. I do presentations on a daily basis all day, and I feel like it wouldn't be a normal day without a technical issue. And so I'm so sorry, my presentation just disappeared on me.
Uh-oh.
Megan, one thing that's been helping us on our end is sharing the screen first and then
Okay.
starting PowerPoint after that.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that'll help on your end too.
My PowerPoint just left my screen, and then it came back and started going like put like 300 slides there, and that is not how many I have. If
We're gonna be here for a while,
is
chat.
there a way I can come right back in like a second?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I'm normally more professional. This is embarrassing me right now. I will be right back with you all.
I feel like as you have several academics who've, you know, learned how to teach over Zoom in the last few years, you have a very sympathetic audience to ridiculous tech issues.
I
Right when you're
appreciate that.
present.
Yeah.
You're
Thank you.
fine. You're fine, Megan. Sometimes things happen. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Well, everyone give an L. Oh, damn. Yo, I was really excited for both Gladys and Megan. I'm super excited for both of them. Gladys, bro, Gladys. I got to text Gladys. I got to text her, bro. Dude, beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. Dude, beautiful. Viper, you shut up. Viper, you shut your face, okay? Shut your face. All right? We don't blame me here on this channel. We don't blame me. Nope. Do we got to go back to Halo Reach? Do we got to go back to Halo Reach? Is that what we got to do? All right, guys. Well, Halo Reach session after the conference. Gonna go whoop some more ass. Oh my god. Oh shit. Wild. You guys, dude, you're wild. Wild. Yeah, I got all those. Wow, those comments go back a long way. Comments go back a long way.
Okay, I think we might be back in business. I apologize, everybody.
Hey, there
Can
she
everybody
is.
hear me okay?
Yes. As if she could hear me.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate everybody's understanding here. Let me see if this will finally let me share my screen. It took everything away and I had to restart my computer. So thank you all for your flexibility here. Okay. Okay, let's share and all right. Okay. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your patience. I apologize, you guys. I'm normally on it, but hey, computers are fantastic. So thank you again so much for your time today. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time. Everybody's presentations have been so fantastic. I'm not sure what I could add. But today I'm actually just going to be
Oh, don't
talking
say that,
about
Megan. You got them
compliance
receipts
and
too.
looking at consumer harm in MLM. Obviously, there's vast psychological, spiritual, emotional, financial damage, but the overarching consumer harm, there's a lot that we need to look at. So just a little bit about me. My name is Megan Lanahan. I spent 14 years as an Amway IBO. Today, I'm a researcher, podcaster, and content creator, and I focus on analyzing the structures, tactics, and defenses of the MLM industry because I've seen it from both sides. I heard it firsthand, and there's a lot. But I want to start by being very clear about something. Even though I do legal research on a normal basis, I am not an attorney. I do not pretend to be one, and I understand there's more nuance to everything, but what I bring instead is a combination of lived experience and extensive legal and structural research, especially around how these systems function in practice and not just on paper. So today I'm not here to try to argue that MLMs are illegal. I have my personal opinions that I've set aside. We're remaining objective in my in my time today. But I'm here really to explore a different question. What happens in the space between what's legal and what's ethical? Because that's where I believe the most consumer harm actually lives. Now, my story, I actually lost 6 figures in Amway, and through its education partner called Leadership Team Development. There are many of those, but there are some who would say that, like that myself and others who claim to have lost money, that we spent that money by choice. So is it really quote unquote lost? Well, one thing that's nearly impossible to regulate is psychological damage, coercion, and the gray areas within which MLMs seem to prefer to operate. And so this is just one example of a pattern of harm within the multi-level marketing industry. Now, the core problem here, there are a lot of problems, but the gap between legal and ethical, what happens there? So legality sets a floor for us, where ethics actually ask whether that floor is high enough. But in MLMs, we often evaluate companies based on whether they meet legal definitions, and that's particularly around pyramid scheme regulations. That framework actually creates a very narrow question. The question being, does this cross a legal line? Instead, a more important question should be, what level of harm is allowed to exist before we cross it? And that distinction is actually what matters, because that's where the vast majority of consumer harm lives. And that's why you'll hear the defense of, well, it's not a pyramid scheme, the FTC said so, or different things like that. That's where they get that. And that is where the bulk of the problem is. Now, I do want to be very careful here because not every MLM experience is identical, obviously, but across companies, across compensation plans, across years of observation, there are patterns that show up consistently, and they're not isolated incidents either, they're patterns. And these patterns include things like a concentration of earnings at the top, with the majority earning little to nothing. So you'll hear about the top 1% of any MLM earning most of the money. Incentive structures that are going to reward in recruitment behaviors, even when it's framed as product driven. And I'll show you guys a little video that I made on that exact thing. Also patterns like social and psychological pressure to remain optimistic, even in financial loss. That's a big one. And then also another pattern is like a risk that is disproportionately carried by individual participants and not the company. And none of these on their own automatically make anything illegal. I just want to make sure I say that. But together they do raise another important question, and that's, at what point does a pattern of harm deserve more scrutiny, even if it remains technically compliant? Now, just a very brief, quick case study on Amway, since that's where the bulk of that's where all of my 14 years was from. That's where the bulk of my experience is as far as research. So just not to make any sweeping legal claims about the entire company, but I really want to highlight a structural concern. Now, based on my research and documentation, there are lines of affiliation within Amway that operate their own systems of training, incentives, and behavioral expectations. And now in some of these lines, the emphasis and reward structure can actually function in ways that closely resemble what regulators typically look for in prohibited models. Now, just to be clear, I'm not saying that Amway as a corporation has been legally determined to be a pyramid scheme. In fact, there are parameters that I'm sure most of us are aware of. The FTC versus Amway case from 1979, it actually sets some very specific parameters, such as a rule that 60% of an IBO's sales have to be from outside consumers, and you can't get paid to recruit, things like that. Now, what I am saying, though, is that when independently operated lines within a legally compliant company begin to exhibit characteristics of a prohibited structure, there's a gap there in accountability. So because enforcement actually tends to evaluate the company as a whole, but participants experience the system at the line level. So if the harm is occurring within those substructures, we have to ask ourselves another question here: who is responsible for that harm? And at what point does allowance become endorsement? Now, I'm gonna come back to my slides here. I want to try to show you guys a video if it will work with me. I think it will. We pause this and bring up another window if I can. Okay. Now this video, the reason that I want to show this is from a, pull this up here. This was taken from a training session that I was part of. And in this training session, let me share this again. In this training session, what happened was that my personal, my further upline, they were telling people how to get around that 60% rule. They were basically telling everybody that the way that they could report customer sales as having reporting sales as having come from customers, when really they just purchased their own. So this was legally obtained, as this says here. Ohio is a one-party consent state. There was no reasonable expectation of privacy in this meeting because there were members of the public present. So I just want to be clear about that. So you all should be able to see my video here, and I'm going to play this for us.
I think you have to share your audio, Megan,
Well,
because we can't hear it.
We're not hearing sound on that.
Oh, you're not? Okay. Let me see here. I think I need to share the sound as well.
You usually have a top bar when you're presenting, and one of the buttons on the right is like a drop down that gives you share computer sound.
Ah, thank you.
Again, 6 years now of teaching online.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that very much. All right, let's try this one more time. This is a good video. I definitely want to make sure everybody can take advantage of this. So.
The easiest thing to do would probably stop sharing and reshare and select the button for sharing sound.
Okay.
If you sponsor 20 people and they all do 1,000 points and it's not 60%, you don't get credit for any of it.
Don't get paid at all.
Okay? It's not hard. It's not going to take you any extra effort. It's just when you get home tonight, think of a business name, think of make an email, and figure out a way to get yourself a phone number, whatever those ways you want to do, and set yourself up a verified customer and change your ditto over to all of it. The address can be the same, credit card doesn't matter, okay? You just have to make your own verified customer, okay? Ready? Okay.
Okay, so could you all hear that?
We could, yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So this was really to display how they're trying to get around actually verifying that your customer volume is coming from customers. So they know that that's not going to happen typically. There are some isolated cases of people actually having successful retail businesses. I'm not saying that that doesn't happen, but most cases are to where everybody actually purchases their own volume so that they can hit the rank, so that they can continue on because of that sunk cost fallacy and other psychological phenomena that make us want to just not lose where we are. Now I'm going to share my, we're going back and forth here. I apologize, everybody. Let's get back into our PowerPoint. So I could talk forever about that, but that you'll have to tune into the podcast if you want to hear me rant about that. But really where we're going for here, there's an obvious gray area. And one of the challenges here is that regulatory frameworks are not designed to intervene early. So they are designed to act when clear violations occur. Now, what the video that I showed you, in my legal research brain, that is a clear violation. But because at that time of the recording, I can't say for sure now, but at the time of the recording, Amway did not have an enforcement policy or an auditing policy. They just took everybody's word for it. So when that customer or when that volume was reported as having come from customers,
of course they
were
did.
just like, cool, sounds good. And that is a pattern of harm financially, but also that's the core issue here. That's really where we're going for. And that enforcement is reactive, it's not proactive. So that harm needs to be widespread before anybody does anything about it, it seems. And in that gray space, what also happens is financial loss is normalized, and then those systems continue operating in that same manner without technically violating the law. And so that really leads to a difficult but necessary question. And that is, if harm has to reach a certain threshold to become illegal, what happens to the rest of us, everybody else who's harmed just below that threshold? So from a consumer perspective, that distinction actually does not feel meaningful. It doesn't feel like anything happens. It's just like you sink in the middle there, you're lost, and it doesn't matter. Now, there are some constructive solutions, and my personal opinion is a little more advanced than some of these here, but I understand that we have people from both sides of everything. So just to kind of be in a unified, constructive manner, the solution wouldn't be to eliminate MLM as a category. But really what we need to do is raise the standard for what responsible operation actually looks like. So some starting points are that we could have standardized enforceable income disclosures that are clear, comparable, and difficult to manipulate. That's the key. And, in the case of Amway, that would be having an actual audit of where those customer sales are coming from. Also, greater accountability for upline conduct. As Megan and Brandy were talking about coercive control and narcissism, that's one thing that flies under the radar, and it's probably the worst of everything. And it's not just at the corporate level that we need that, but we need that within lines of affiliation. And there also should be independent oversight of training systems and tools, because those are what actually create the cult-like mentality. It's not the MLM company itself. It's the lines of affiliation, those systems that sell tools and sell conference tickets and have you under their thumb. And we also need clearer definitions of what constitutes recruitment-driven behavior in practice, not just in theory. So in the practice, what happens is that the IBOs, for instance, in Amway, they get paid more based on the sales of their downline. So in theory, that's not a recruitment payment, but in practice, it absolutely is, because the only thing the upline is concerned about is making sure people are buying. They don't care where the sales come from. My own upline even said that. I don't care where you get it, just do your volume. So that is a recruitment tactic there. So these ideas are, just for the sake of our crowd today, not specifically anti-MLM ideas. They're more pro-consumer clarity ideas. So I just want to close with this here. So my thought is that legality should not be the floor or the ceiling of how we evaluate business models. A system can be legal and it can still leave people financially, emotionally, and socially worse off. Now, I don't think the goal is to prove who's right, who has the best idea. The goal is really to ask better questions. So instead of asking something like, is this legal? We also need to ask, who is still being harmed, even when the answer is yes? Thank you all for your patience with my technical difficulties. I'm happy to connect with anybody if you like. It's MLM Recovery Room Podcast. I'm on Instagram and TikTok. And thank you all so much for your time.
It is, yeah.
Thank
It's
you.
so disgusting.
Okay. Thank you for the thoughtful comments, and I think what we were given was really practical advice with a little bit of ear to the legal as well. And I'm hoping that people will continue to seek you out and look for your advice, because I think it's going to be very helpful for them. Do we have any questions? We have Doug Brooks in the room. Go ahead, Doug.
Megan, I was really struck by the audio that you played. So I've been provided with similar audios from a different Amway line. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about, well, who is the audience for that audio, and how frequently were you exposed to that? And also the timing is interesting. I know Amway developed a program of VCS, Verified Consumer Sales, and I'm wondering if this was some instruction as to how to deal with that VCS system.
Yeah, those are great questions, Mr. Brooks. Yes, this was in preparation for that threshold that Amway was going to, quote unquote, be enforcing. And this was, I believe it was June of 2021 that I received that. And that was supposed to go into effect at the beginning of the next fiscal year, which was September of 2021. The audience for that was IBOs and any guests that stayed for training. That would happen occasionally. And so this was following what they may call board plan or info session, where they bring guests in and actually show the plan. And so then afterward was a training session, and this is when that recording took place. And the training sessions were consistently focused on mindset and recruitment rather than sales.
I'm going to stop Megan there, because Viper, you had a really, really good question. That's a question that I can answer. So Viper, she asked, how do we pick up on those red flags if we haven't already been made aware of them or dealt with them? That's why social media matters. Okay. When you don't know what's going on, obviously you're going to fall for it. However, if you have that information prior to being approached by reps, by MLM reps, you're going to be much more prepared. So what I would suggest you do, I have a number of videos, a number of live streams you can check out, but to mainly break things down super quick for you, there's a few things you really got to look out for. If they come up to you just randomly and just starts and just tries to start a conversation, be immediately skeptical. Okay, that's red flag number one. Red flag number two is if they're asking you about what you do for work, and then try to take that conversation into, well, hey, I have, yeah, I paused it for a reason. What I did was I paused, I muted them so that I can talk with you real quick. So Oh, Heather, my bad. I'm sorry. Everyone welcome in Heather. Heather just joined. Yeah, Heather, I muted to answer Viper's question. But red flag number 2 you're going to be looking for is, again, they're going to be asking you what do you do for your work, right? And then they're going to try and twist that into, oh, hey, I have this opportunity, right? Specific words that you're going to be looking for are second stream of income, passive income, and a second form of income. All right. But pretty much you're looking for income, right? The word income. Hey, look, I have this second stream of income. It's doing really, really good right now. I know people and stuff like that. If they want to start name dropping people, that's also sus as well. Okay. So make sure you're looking for that. I do know that Amway specifically, they like to target people at shopping centers, pretty much public places. I do know that they go after a lot of people in Walmart. That's how I was approached. That's how multiple people were approached. And I mean, it could be anywhere, but they do like to prospect multiple different places and very, very public spaces. So make sure you are looking for that. Okay. But make sure you check out my videos. Make sure you check out my live streams. I have a monthly live stream with Megan, with Gladys, and a few others will actually be joining us now for the monthly MLM podcast. So make sure you guys are tuning into that. I'd love to have you guys along. And I do want to say this before I unmute Megan here. If you happen to have a story that you would like to tell, please make sure that you're reaching out to me, and please make sure that you're just reaching out to someone, if not me. Okay. I want you guys to tell your story. The more public the more public awareness we have on this, the more impact we can make to take these fucking parasitic motherfuckers down. All right. I want to take these people down. I want MLMs to be completely and utterly destroyed, because that's the only thing that they do is destroy themselves. So, and the only way that we can do that is if all of us stand together and we start pushing, right? Unifying under one fight to take these things down. All right. It's our responsibility to do that as victims. That way we can help other victims. Okay. So, all right, let's get back into it. And I think that was all the questions that they were going to take. I think they're on a break now. So awesome. Great job, Jonah. You ran your mouth too much. So sorry, guys. Sorry, I ranted too much. I have a problem. I have a problem with, so I love to explain things. I love to teach. I love to break things down, to really have someone to really help someone to get a deep understanding of like what it is that we're talking about. And I end up talking a little too much, and then I rant, and then it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. So sorry for that, guys. Megan, don't get mad at me, Megan. But actually, guys, make sure that you are checking out Gladys's Insta and YouTube. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can drop her link here. So give me, oh wait, yeah, give me just a second here. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the channel. Yeet. Oh, she has a, I didn't know she had a Reddit page. That's crazy. She has a Reddit page too. All right, so that is been a part of Mini. Wow, really? And I'm glad I've walked away. Wow, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, what I do have a legitimate question, right? And if you here and this isn't me being mean. I'm not trying to be mean. But I do legitimately have this question, right? You've already been through one, or let's say even two MLMs. I don't know how many you've been through, but if you've been through more than two, what did you think was going to happen by going after the next one or trying the next one, right? Did you think that it was going to be somehow different? Did the MLM somehow convince you that it was going to be different? Were there different tactics that were being used that convinced you? Like what happened? I wasn't in an MLM for very long. I was in Amway for like 2 months, and then I figured out, hey, this is a scam, right? So I mean, my heart really goes out for people who are in for a long time. I've got friends who've been in for 10, 14, 30 years, right? And the brainwashing is just that good. They are really good at brainwashing. They're dangerously good. They're better than some politicians at brainwashing. That's no lie. I'm not joking when I say that. They're literally that good. But what I mean, after all that I know, there's not a single MLM out there that I would ever try again or try. Here, let me see if I can drop their Instagram as well. So give me. Oh. No, I want to go to her page. Okay, there we go. All right, guys. There is Gladys's. There's Gladys's page. And here is Megan's page. So make sure you guys are checking those channels out. Make sure you guys are following them on their Instas and their YouTubes as well. They've got a lot of really good information. So. Oh, and Heather, by the way, we are also glad that you are out of those MLMs as well. We are absolutely glad that you were out of those MLMs as well. I was blindly following my friends and family, and they tap into yes. Oh, okay, I see. I see. I think the most vulnerable people are going to be the ones who are seeking acceptance. I think those are the ones that they always go after. And I'm not assuming that was you, right? But from my own personal experiences, when I see something like that, I think of myself, right? Because I mean, it wasn't it wasn't seeking acceptance from other people. I was legitimately looking for financial freedom, right? I was looking for a way out of my financial situation, and that can be pretty rough. It can be pretty rough, but the most damaging part is the psychological, the mental aspect of it all. When you're looking for a place, because us as human beings, right, the human animal, we have a compassionate nature for one another, right? That's how we've been able to survive for thousands and thousands of years. But that compassionate nature is kind of a double-edged sword because it can be taken advantage of, right? Why do you think you always turn your head when you hear a crying baby, right? Or when you hear a woman scream? Especially, it speaks more to us men because we see that and we're like, oh, we got to go help, Also seeking community. Yes, that's exactly where I was about to get to. And they try to sell you on that sense of exactly, yes. Yeah, a place of belonging, right, is something that we as the human animal, we crave. Again, because it's the only way that we've been able to survive for so long. So it's written within our own psychological coding, right, to prefer that kind of camaraderie, that kind of community, right? So I can see how that would get you. And I really hate that you went through that. And that it pisses me off to no fucking avail that I'm pissed off for you. Okay? I'm gonna try and calm myself down. It pisses me off for you. All right? That someone would do something like that to someone else, especially someone that they call family. And as someone who has walked away from family, someone who has had to kick friends out of my life, someone who has had to literally give ultimatums for people. I feel you. I really do feel you. I really do. And my heart goes out to you. So if you ever need me, please reach out. And I do mean that. I absolutely mean that. I've been on phone calls with a number of other voices, anti-MLM voices. I've been on a number of calls with other people, at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when they really needed this, when they really needed someone, right? So that goes for everyone here. All right. I mean, when I say I'm trying to build a community with all of you, I legitimately mean that. Okay. I legitimately mean that. All right. I take community very seriously. Right? I'm not perfect by any means, of course, but no one is. But I do try. And I think trying is what matters. But they will absolutely use that compassionate nature that we have, especially for women. Especially women. Ladies, make sure you are extremely careful. Extremely careful. Listen, we all know how your nature how your nurturing nature can really bite you in the ass. That doesn't mean be cold. That doesn't mean be unkind or uncaring. That just means be skeptical, okay? And be careful. All right? A lot of the times when I talk about women and emotional intelligence and emotions just in general, your emotions can absolutely be a massive hindrance for you, because MLMs will also use emotions, right? We were talking about love bombing earlier. Women get hit harder with love bombing. Women get hit because it's all emotional, right? And women have more emotions, or excuse me, they exhibit more emotions. Not that men don't feel, but women have more of a potential to have their emotions manipulated, right? And unfortunately, because of the conditioning that women have endured from the government, from society, social media in general, there's this lack of emotional intelligence. And I don't mean women are dumb. I mean that women are not taught to understand their emotions. Women are not taught to handle their emotions. And because of that conditioning in itself, they don't understand that they're being manipulated when they are, right? And so they misinterpret love bombing and gaslighting for caring and love. And it's so unfortunate. That's why I get so angry when something like that happens. Not and to anyone, of course, but to find out today that the majority of MLM reps are women, that's crazy to me. And it tells me that women are falling prey to this a lot more often. And for a number of reasons, but they can get hooked on this thing so much because of that manipulation, right? Because of that sense of belonging and their emotions. It's sick, man. It's so fucking sick. And listen, Heather, if you ever want to tell your story, please reach out to someone. Okay. Please reach out to someone. I want you to feel at home here. Okay. You may not know this, because I don't know if this is your first time popping in here, but I do all kinds of content. Politics, especially MLM stuff, gaming, art, even. Right. I do a lot of content. Okay. So I would like you to feel at home. I really do mean that. And you do have a belonging here. You really do. You really do. Okay. So just wanted you to know that. Every single one of you do as well. Every single one of you. All right. You got a home here. All right. So don't ever feel like you're alone. I know when you're going through leaving an MLM or MLMs, right? It can be hard. I know that gut wrenching feeling. I know how alone it can you can feel. I know that it's rough, but you're not alone. You are not alone. So don't ever think that you are. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. This is why this channel exists. All right. This is why this channel exists. Viper, I don't think this is this hasn't been something that you've seen from me just yet. But this is why I started this channel. All right. This right here is exactly why I started this channel. There is a change that must happen. It must happen. And God damn it, if I've got to be the one to do it, I will. So it is what it is. But wasn't gonna let I'm not the kind of guy that just doesn't say anything. I always speak my mind. Sometimes I have a little less of a filter than what I should. I know that. But I am who I am. I am who I am. I speak my mind, and whoever doesn't like it, cool, whatever. But I'm here to make a change. I'm here to make a good change for the better. And building community as much as I can, because I think I would make much more of a difference here on my socials than I would anywhere else. So here we are. Oh, I think we're coming back, which is perfect timing, actually.
Okay, and we are back. And I apologize to Dr. Hassan for our earlier glitch, and I recognize that he had a commitment, a hard stop at 2. So he's able to join us for a few minutes today. Welcome, Dr. Stephen Hassan. I had mentioned earlier some of the things you've done. His website is Freedom of Mind. He has a Substack. He has a podcast. He has a live stream. He's written books. Our social media people were just referencing the bite model. Why don't you tell us a little bit more, Dr. Hassan?
Thanks so much, Bill. I missed, unfortunately, other presenters, but what I have gleaned, it's been a fantastic conference. I'm sorry we had some technical problems earlier. Yes, I've been helping people in MLM cults really back since Amway, I guess. I want to say 80, maybe 79 or 80. And my bite model of authoritarian control has been helping people to reality test and get out. I have just a few slides, if I may, Bill, to share. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's line it up. Here we go. So thanks for inviting me. I just have 15 minutes, but I wanted to share that I finished my doctoral dissertation using brainwashing, Chinese communists and Korean brainwashing techniques. I talked about Lifton and Singer and Shine, connected the dots with trafficking, which is fraud, force, or coercion. I included law professor Shefflin's social influence model and did the first quantitative study on my BITE model that got published in 2020. I'm currently doing a free anonymous survey. This is the most important thing I wanted to share with folks, to know that if you go to bitemodel.com, we have 2 surveys that we're doing as a fellow of the School for Social Innovation at Fielding. We have 2 questionnaire surveys of never to always, and it will give you a number of how authoritarian or how destructive a relationship or a group is. It's free, it's anonymous, and we're testing these 2 different models to show scientific validity. So I want to invite anyone to go check it out. And for your listeners, I wanted to say, if you're not already aware of this, the best way to understand what happens with a brainwashing mind control cult like an MLM is it's a dissociative disorder.
Excuse me, Stephen.
Yes.
Can you go back to your slide for one more second, the one you just had? I want to just encourage people to spread the word out through your network, their networks. Can they find this on your website?
bitemodel.com, but yes, we have links on freedomofmind.com, but we have our own URL.
Okay.
And as I said, it'll take about 20 minutes. We invite people to email us if you want to be public and say, I was in XYZ group, and this was the number I got for my group. Because if we get hundreds of responses for a particular group, we might be able to write it up in a peer-reviewed journal article. So,
Thank you.
So
I want
thank
to
you.
make sure everybody knows that and spreads it out to their network.
Yeah, it's down here. Bitemodel.com is the survey, and it's looking very
Got it done, but it was
promising that
nice
we'll be able to
meeting you. Hope
offer
to see you around
judges and
in the
juries an
YouTube streets.
objective way
You
to
will
evaluate brainwashing.
Excellent.
You will absolutely see me around. Please make sure you stop by. And again, if you want to tell your story, make sure you reach out to me, okay? That's if you wanted to come public about it. You don't have to. If you want to tell me privately, I'll be more than happy to listen. But thank you so much for stopping in and telling me and telling me a little bit about your story. Thank you. Guys, make sure that you are wishing Heather well. Have a great day. And you take care, okay? Anytime you need to reach out to me, please reach out. Okay. You take care. Have a great day, okay?
BITE model laundry list of questions, and to understand this is not a binary, this is a continuous.
Oh, and it was nice meeting you as well, Heather.
The relationships, respect your conscience, respect yourself, your creativity, your critical thinking, your free will. And on the authoritarian extreme end, it creates a pseudo identity that's dependent, obedient. It's about conditional love. We'll love you if you do what we tell you to do. It's a manipulation of behavior, information, thoughts, and emotional control. Leadership. Unethical leaders are malignant narcissists. I'm sorry. Forgot to turn off my phone.
I'll be right
so
back, Jack.
malignant
Gotta go blow my
narcissists
nose.
are what you want to avoid. Always, and that's Eric Fromm's definition of his evaluation of Adolf Hitler, etc. And healthy groups allow your individuality. There are checks and balances. You are given informed consent. All multi-level marketing cults lie. They lie by direct lies, withholding vital information or distorting it. Healthy groups you're free to leave without fear, threats, without financial penalty, and multi-level marketing groups all want you to stay forever. The ends justify the means. And we're seeing now crypto cults galore. So I wanted to just add that, and I see them as a multi-level marketing thing. Again, go to freedomofmind.com and you'll get
Sorry,
a
guys, I had to powder my
robust
nose.
list of behavior control, like sleep deprivation, control of
Yes,
your
that's a big one.
thoughts, black and
That is a
white,
big
us
one.
versus them, good versus evil, emotional manipulation, making you feel special and chosen, but on the other hand, installing irrational fears that you're a failure if you don't stay in the group and terrible things happen. That's the essence of what I wanted to say. Of course, I wrote The Cult of Trump, which is talking about all of the authoritarian cults that are controlling Trump and that bring their followers to it, and my books. And I created a course also, probably since the last time I spoke, for clinicians, because no one is formally trained that I'm aware of in any university on how to identify and do therapy with
Okay, yes, I
people
do.
who've had their minds hacked. So I created a course for psychiatrists, psychologists,
change my
social
diabetes.
workers, and counselors. And this is my
And I
book
did it myself
for
this
how
time.
to talk to people in cults, to empower them to think for themselves. And I'm going to just do one more slide and then stop sharing if you want to take a quick shot with this, and I'm happy to share the slides with your people. But what I want to say is if you're trying to talk to somebody in an MLM, what doesn't work is trying to argue with facts and logic and attacking the leader, the doctrine, or the policy.
Yeah.
What works is warm, curious, respectful questioning, where you're asking people, what did you first think that was going to happen at that meeting? Or what did they say? Or the
I want a
person
gold star
has
sticker.
said that they've made millions of dollars. Are they willing to share their last 3 years of tax returns to prove how much money they've had? You know, that Lamborghini, did they have a bill of sale, or did they just lease it for the day? And other things like that. So, and people's minds, we're so overloaded right now in the world with internet junk that people are numb, people are fearful, and they want hope. And when people are in mind control cults, they make them feel special, and they say, we have the truth, we're gonna succeed, everyone else is gonna fail, but if you're with us, everything will be great. And I want to really applaud former members, people who've gotten lied, had their brains hacked, spent time and energy, relationships were hurt, education was hurt, but they came out and now they're speaking out. And that's can be very therapeutic for people to know that they're taking lemons and making lemonade. I know I'm now celebrating my 50th anniversary of my family's intervention with me back in 1976. And my waking up moment, which was actually will be May 11th, I started going, Moon's a liar. If he's a liar, then he can't be the Messiah. That means he can't be a man of God. That means he's not trustworthy. What have I been doing for the last 2.5 years? And it felt like a house of cards coming down when I realized my entire belief structure was based on one faulty premise, that Moon was the greatest man in human history. Once that got questioned, the whole thing started falling apart. And all of those bad experiences that I remembered that had been suppressed started bubbling up to the surface. And then I wanted to understand, how did they do this to me? I was an extra honor student. I was writing poetry. How did they get me to throw out all my original poetry? something that I would have, done anything to protect prior to having my mind hacked. But sleep deprivation, we need 7 to 9 hours of sleep. And a lot of these cults work you, overwork you. So you're so deprived that you're not thinking clearly. And they keep you busy from one moment to the next, where you have no time out and no time off to reflect. On a good note, there's millions of ex-members now who are speaking out online, and documentaries are being made, lawsuits are being filed, etc. And so unpacking the methods of what's a healthy group, what's an unhealthy group, and asking people, what did you first think the group was? What did you think was going to happen 3 years ago? Let's say the person was in for 3
Tiny,
years.
what's up, Tiny?
What did you think you would be in 3 years?
Everyone welcome in Tiny. How's it going?
You're now thousands of dollars in debt. You thought you were going to be retiring. Your marriage is broken up. If you
Yeah.
knew then what you know now, would you have ever gotten involved? And when you ask that
Hell
question
no.
in a respectful, curious way, and people think about it, they go, of course I wouldn't have joined. And then they're on their way out.
Yep.
And you want to welcome people and let them know there's life after cult, after mind control.
Yep. 100%.
I want to thank you, Bill,
100%.
for your tireless efforts. We're going to you're going to be on my podcast.
Drinking
We're
coffee.
going to do
Well,
a deep dive.
Let's wake
on
up,
all
Tiny.
the things you've learned
Let's wake
as a
up.
business expert, and unpack
Good
a lot
morning.
of the bogus manipulation of the legal system that these groups have used because they've been buying off politicians, etc. Are there
100%.
any questions? Otherwise, I'm good.
I think we're good, Stephen. I want to encourage people to go out to your website. I encourage them to go and take the survey. Some of the social media people before you gave testimony to the impact that you had on them and the
Oh,
bite
great.
model.
Did
And
it?
given
Oh,
your
man.
experience when you were a young man, you've made a heck of a lot of lemonade out of all that.
I
So
want to invite the ex-members who are active on social media, email me, because I want to do some more. I want to publicize the efforts that Bill is doing year after year tirelessly to expose these
Let me see if I
groups.
can
So
appreciate that, and
email
we're
him.
gonna help you reach out to those people.
thank you so much. Take care, everybody,
you.
and thanks for.
Bye.
I'm glad we could do this. Bye.
You too.
Bye.
We are going to into our last session with my colleague and friend Maura O'Sullivan joining us from Ireland. It's evening in Ireland, and she and I are going to wrap this up.
Yeah, so people will have to forgive me if my energy is a little low. It is, and also that I'm in the garage, but it is after bedtime here, so I have to be a little quiet. So I have to hide down in the garage now. So yeah, Bill and I are going to just do a few kind of closing thoughts. I will cut mine quite short because I don't want to keep people who have to go for trains and things.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and stop them right there. I'll see if I can get that email and reach out to him so I can get in contact with him. But a couple of things that I wanted to touch on with the last speaker, and that was what Hassan was saying about cults. That is exactly what they are. Okay. And I was actually talking about that just a little bit earlier. They are 100% cults. There's no differentiating MLMs, multi-level marketing companies, and cults. Specifically because just as we were talking earlier with Heather, these companies, there's these people, they will absolutely play on that emotion, right? That that sense of belonging. And when you are sleep deprived, Because I have my own story about that. When you're sleep deprived, of course you're not going to be thinking clearly. There was a woman that I was going to the meetings with who was what we called a cross line, which is where typically the way the structure works is you have someone at the top, right, and then they recruit someone, which is then called their downline, right, and then from that downline they recruit someone, and that's called their downline. However, let's say someone at the top recruits two people, right? And this is typically how pyramids work. They recruit two people and they recruit two people, right? You have a pyramid, right? So, say I was this person's downline, right? And this person over here is this person's downline, right? The thing is that's called cross lining. And this is how you can this actually went up for a red flag. This was a red flag for me, because I tried to reach out to my quote unquote cross line, and my upline did not like that at all. It's very, very, very frowned upon to reach out to your cross line. So my cross line and I, we went to this meeting. It was very, very late, like 11, 12 o'clock, and we were there till about 1 or 2 in the morning, I think. And one of the guys name or one of the guys, Mayan Gala, he was one of these higher ups in Amway, or excuse me, LTD, which is leadership training, uh what leadership team development, excuse me, leadership team development. And was spewing a bunch of bullshit, of course. And but at the time we didn't really know, what to really look out for, because I didn't know what a multi-level marketing company was, and I was in one. I was also sleep deprived as well at that point. And even though it's something that I've kind of been used to, right, staying up, being a veteran, or losing out on sleep because I'm a veteran, right? I've been through that experience. I was still dealing with a bunch of other things: PTSD, depression, anxiety. And so all of that, not knowing what an MLM was, dealing with mental issues, dealing with a bunch of different things. Your friend Sassy says hi. Oh, well, thanks. Tell her to tell him or her that I said hi as well. But um, I know for a fact that is one of the things that they really love to touch on, is sleep depravity. They love to do that. They absolutely love to do that. So make sure you are watching out for that. All right, that's another one. If they want you to show up to a meeting, right, at 6, 7, or 8 o'clock, you can expect that to go well into the night, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and that's usually how they like to do that. The more broken down that they have followers, right, the easier it is to maintain the money train, right? So, but going back to the cult thing, in anything can become a cult, right? They were talking about cult of personalities, and it's really easy to do if you have such a charismatic personality, especially if you are surrounded by people who only follow, right? Most people today are sheep. It's very unfortunate. But again, through the conditioning of the past century, right, in our schools, in our society at large, right, our media, our social media, our games, right, even our games are indoctrinating. Mainly because you think about Call of Duty, right, where the main bad guys are Russians and Muslims, right? So you see that kind of thing, and it's a psyop, right? This is an example. So you see things like this, and it had this conditioning, although we don't really see it as conditioning. That's the exact reason for it. That's exactly the point. But through all of the conditioning through this past century of all these different aspects, we have been made to be sheep, something to be extracted from, right? Labor, because today, and I was just looking at the numbers not too long ago. Today, if we wanted to make, if we wanted to have the same lifestyle that our or that our grandparents or great grandparents had, we would have to make at least $8,000 a month. Okay, who is making that today? Right. So, we have and because we're not in that position to have a good life for ourselves. We're always looking for a way out, and because of the conditioning, right, because this man woman war, because of this black white war, because of whatever it is that's out there, there is money to be had, and that's very unfortunate. But it's the state of not just our country but multiple countries around the world. Now, there are countries that are waking up to it. I've read into India, and Amway is having some really bad trouble in India, which is great. And there seems to be, hopefully, a very mass awakening here very soon of MLMs, and hopefully we start to break away from those. Only time will tell, of course, but it's my hope, certainly. But anyways, we have to watch out for all of these different cult like tactics, because it's not just something that'll save us from MLMs. It's something that will save us from something potentially a lot more dangerous. Even though MLMs are very dangerous just in general, there are things that are far worse out there, right? So I would, for those of you who are tuning in, for those of you who are watching after, please make sure that you are doing your research. Do not be the sheep. Please, God, do not be the sheep. Okay? And this may be harsh. This may be absolutely harsh. But I think this really needs to be said. If you don't do your own research, okay? Or if you don't like being lied to, but you don't do your due diligence to ensure that you're not lied to, that is on you. That is your fault. And I have no sympathy for you. I've learned this lesson countless times. Okay? Countless times. But we have to be proactive, not reactive. Okay? So do your research. Okay? This is exactly why this content exists here. Do your research, look into these things, even if you don't like what you are hearing. I mean, that's with anything, right? I made a video a long time ago, almost a year ago, I think now. I made this video. But I made this video called Question Everything. And as someone who has been through religion myself, right? I've been through Christianity, I've been through Judaism, I've been through, I mean, I wouldn't say I've been through any other religions of that, because I already looked into them and knew that it wasn't going to be good for me. But I did look into these religions, right? And from that, I began to question every single thing about life to understand it. If we look at life as a grounds of learning instead of a grounds of surviving, then we begin to thrive, I believe, or hopefully that's the case. So look at the world as an oyster to learn something, not to get something to survive. Okay. I think that is a much better way of looking at things, because then you begin to understand a lot of things around you, and hopefully, quite possibly, we can get away from all of this MLM bullshit, all of these cults that do nothing but tribalize people and brainwash people and destroy their lives, their relationships, their families, and their own minds, most importantly. So, I would say that was I'd say that's probably my biggest takeaway of today's live stream. What do you guys think? Oh, and I'm sorry, Tiny. I meant to get back to your comment earlier. I don't know if you're still here, but you said work kicked your booty last night. So you know what all happened with that? What I will like to say though, this right here is exactly why social media is so important. It's exactly why social media is so important. The one thing that they cannot, they can rig algorithms the way that the way that they want. They can censor. They can do all kinds of crazy shit. But the one thing that they cannot do, the one thing they cannot do, unless they have complete and total control of everyone's mind all at once, is to stop people from talking. That's the one thing they can't do, and that's one thing I don't frankly think that they will ever do. Doesn't matter how under the boot people are. But this is exactly why social media is so important. And this is why I say, hey, look, guys, anytime you see, as long as it's good content,